Chapter 530. Young Master, what orders does my lord have? The Cold Moon Palace master took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. My lord said that she will secretly visit the Great Yuan Empire soon and give the Great Yuan Emperor a glorious mission. My lord orders you to make a trip to the Great Yuan Empire and inform the Great Yuan Emperor not to make this public. Ling Xiao raised his hand and took a sip of tea. The Great Yuan Empire? The Cold Moon Palace master's eyes turned serious. She stood up and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Young master, don't worry. I will head to the Great Yuan Empire now. Oh, right. Young master, you said that you have something to tell me. What is it? The immortal world is about to open. This matter is very important. I hope that Palace Master can inform your disciples to follow my orders after entering the immortal world. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. The Cold Moon Palace Master immediately smiled. So it is about this matter. Young Master, don't worry. I will inform my disciples and ask them to follow Young Master's orders. That's great. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. In his plan, someone had to die. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't lack death warriors. But if he could kill the Cold Moon Palace's disciples, why should he kill the people he had painstakingly nurtured? Of course, all these excuses were just to make the divine messenger of the sacred sect believe that Ran Yuang was now a vassal of the Sky Demon. At that time, he would only need to use a little trick to make the two of them fight. It would be difficult to kill a 7th-grade God Emperor expert, but with the divine messenger, everything would be much simpler. You are the demon. You are the demon. The two righteous experts fought each other to eliminate the demon. When the time was right, the true demon would take action and reap the benefits. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? As for why he didn't send Ning Tiance and Xiao Beifa to lead the army, with such a huge commotion, it would definitely be noticed by others. The sacred sect would send people to the western border to investigate the truth sooner or later. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly kill everyone in the western border. Therefore, he had to get rid of these two people, silently. Only then would he be able to pin the blame firmly on a certain great Yuan emperor. Step by step, the plan. Eliminating all risks and grasping the world's situation. I, Ling Xiao, am unparalleled in intelligence and handsome. Pucci, even if that divine envoy of the Holy Church died, he probably wouldn't understand that Hanyu Palace Master's respect was actually reverence for the Holy Church and the identity of the divine envoy, right? Young Master, I'm going. The Cold Moon Palace Master bowed slightly and disappeared without a trace. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. He poured himself a cup of tea and tasted it. After a long while, he stood up and walked down the mountain. Lord Ling Xiao. At the foot of Frigid Moon Mountain, several elders and disciples who were guarding the mountain hurriedly bowed to Ling Xiao when they saw him. Open the formation. I need to go out for a while. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently, and those elders and disciples didn't dare have any doubts. They opened up a corner of the grand formation and watched as Ling Xiao's figure vanished into the distance. Master. It wasn't until Ling Xiao's figure was 100 miles away that a golden-robed figure appeared in the void and bowed to him, respectfully. Ever since Ling Xiao came to Frigid Moon Divine Palace, Laird Shadow had been hiding nearby, waiting for his orders. The divine master of the Holy Church was at the top of the world and regarded himself as invincible. Therefore, he probably didn't expect that someone in the Holy Continent would dare to kill the divine envoy of the Holy Church and use his demonic body to preach. Of course, in the divine master's eyes, the only person who could kill an 8th-grade divine emperor other than the people of the Holy Church was Dao Master Taishan. However, Dao Master Taishan hid in Dao Master Taishan all year round and didn't dare to take a step out. Therefore, in the western border, 8th-grade divine emperors were already invincible. Even if they encountered danger, they wouldn't die easily, and it was even more impossible for them, to be imprisoned. This was the key to the success of Ling Zhao's plan. You are indeed standing on the second layer and looking down on the first layer as ants. However, although I'm on the first layer, it's just an illusion that you see. When it came to planning, strength was one thing, but vision was also quite important. Go to the Great Qin Empire first and pass this spiritual consciousness voice transmission talisman to Qin Wushuang. Tell him that no matter what, he must defend Jinyang City to the death and must not send out troops. In addition, I will inform Ning Tiance to lead the troops into Jinyang City when trouble arises and defend the city together. Then, Ling Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Go to De Yuan and tell the primitive emperor so that he can rest assured. Yes, my lord. Hearing Ling Zhao's spiritual consciousness voice transmission, as well as the additional cultivation technique and soul seal in his soul sea, Laird Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly and a trace of shock emerged from the bottom of his heart. This lord of mine is truly sinister, ruthless, and scheming enough. Go. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent, and Laird Shadow no longer hesitated and headed towards the Great Qin Empire. When Laird Shadow's figure disappeared, Ling Xiao used the soul seal and gave instructions to Qiao Yunli, who was far away in Great Zhou, before returning to Frigid Moon, Celestial Mountain. Today, the divine pillar at the entrance of the immortal world had turned pure gold. In the depths of the Celestial Mountain, an immortal gate gradually revealed its true form. It wouldn't be long before the most mysterious relic in Xinjiang would be completely opened. As for whether this trip would be a blessing or a misfortune, for most people it would be a blessing. For me, Ling Xiao, it's just the end of a chess game. Of course, this chess game wouldn't end in 3 to 5 days. By the time Ling Xiao came out of the secret realm, Xinjiang would have been turned upside down. As for Emperor Xia, of course, Ling Xiao also gave a death order. If there were any enemies, kill them without mercy. F***CK. At this moment, Emperor Xia, who was in the Xia Palace, was in a panic. You took away all the elites of Great Xia, the Imperial Advisor, and the Sikong clan. If there are any enemies, I will kill them without mercy with a hammer? Suddenly, Emperor Xia felt that it was time for him to build a mausoleum. Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Ning Tiance looked at Qiao Yunli in surprise. He was puzzled. Imperial Advisor, you mean? Brother Xiao wants us to retreat all the way to the south and enter the imperial capital of Great Qin? That's right. Master said that there will be a great change in Xinjiang soon. When the primitive emperor invades, we will pretend to be defeated and retreat to Jinyang City. We will defend the city with Empress Wushuang. Qiao Yunli was also confused. Why would Master give up the great Zhou dynasty so easily after conquering it? Primitive emperor? Although the great Yuan Empire was the head of the 8 empires, Master meant that the Great Qin Empire was already in the bag. With 3 empires in hand, why would he be afraid of the great Yuan Empire? Of course, this wasn't Qiao Yunli's anger, but his heartache for Master. Although he didn't know what Master was worried about, he still felt heartache. Master, you're the man who should stand at the top of Xinjiang. I know. Ning Tiance nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Now that the rebels of Great Zhou were eliminated, the imperial court was stable. Nonsense. How could it not be stable? Those who weren't stable were all killed, and only the obedient dogs were left. But Brother Zhao's action, forget it. With Ning Tiance's understanding of Ling Xiao, this young man wouldn't make a decision for no reason. Since he wanted to defend Jinyang City, there must be a reason. Chapter 531. Inside the main hall of the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Qin Wushuang sat on the throne and looked at a woman in black standing in the middle of the hall. His brows were somewhat alert, especially from this woman's body. That gloomy presence caused people to feel inexplicably uneasy. If she didn't say that she came under Ling Zhao's order, Qin Wushuang would most likely have already made a move and captured her. I'm here to pass a message to the Empress. Young Master Ling Shao said that no matter what happens in the western border, the Empress only needs to defend Jinyang City to the death. When the time comes, Ning Tiance will lead an army to help the Empress. Layered Shadow smiled eerily. Golden light flashed in his hand and turned into a talisman. He threw it at Qin Wushuang. Also, this message talisman is what the young master asked me to pass to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Layered Shadow turned around and walked out of the hall without hesitation. However, Qin Wushuang frowned and looked at the golden talisman in his hand coldly. Unforeseen event? What could happen at the western border? The talisman flashed, and Ling Zhao's voice came from it. Wushuang, according to my investigation, that great emperor is an accomplice of the ghost demon. Now, he is plotting to unify the western border. I have already ordered people to report this matter to the divine envoy of the holy sect. Regardless, if I don't return, you must not fight with him. You must not perform the secret technique Qin Wupa taught you. Remember, Ling Zhao's voice was filled with seriousness. To be safe, the latter even sent a message to Xiao Beifa through the dragon ring. He ordered him to control the situation and stay in the city with peace of mind. What a joke! You are going to lead the army. If that primitive emperor kills you, wouldn't my plan be for nothing? What? The primitive emperor is an accomplice of the ghost demon. Qin Wushuang's pretty face turned pale. In an instant, he figured out the reason. Although Qin Wupa's methods were strange, but after all, he was alone. How could he kill the Emperor clan? He must be supported by a powerhouse. Only Qin Wushuang never dreamed that this powerhouse was the head of the 8 dynasties, the Great Yuan dynasty. It seems that cousin really cares about me. Inexplicably, a trace of warmth emerged from the bottom of Qin Wushuang's heart. He immediately ordered the Qin elite warriors to defend Jinyang City. She didn't dare to disobey Ling Shao. Now that he was at the frigid moon's celestial mountain, he was fully focused on fighting for the fortune of the immortals. Although I can't help him, I must guard my home well and wait for him to come back from the spring. Oh, no. Wait for him to come back from the immortal mountain. Moreover, since Ling Shao had said that he had ordered someone to report to the saint's oracle, the saint would definitely take action. As for why he didn't ask him to use the ghostly technique, of course, my cousin was worried that I would be mistaken for a demon by the saint sect and killed. It was reasonable and righteous. Ling Shao, to be able to steal your warmth for 2 days in this lifetime is an unparalleled fortune. At the same time, in De Yuan's royal palace, a dignified, middle-aged man in imperial robes stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Behind him, there was an old servant in blue who was bowing. Monarch, that person just now was the Cold Moon Palace Master? Yes, the primitive emperor, whose real name was Yuan Gexing, was also Yuan Yao's biological father. He was currently the most powerful person in Xizang. At this moment, there was excitement on his face, but there was also a trace of complicated meaning. Was the arrival of the oracle a blessing or a curse? Unifying Xizang was his ambition for hegemony, but inexplicably, the primitive emperor felt a little uneasy. Sometimes, luck came too suddenly, and it wasn't necessarily a good thing. But he didn't dare to provoke the saint's oracle. Even the Cold Moon Palace Master wasn't someone he could offend. Originally, the primitive emperor wanted to accumulate his foundation, nurture Yuan Yao, and conquer Xizang step by step. Only then could he feel at ease. But buzz! Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the distant horizon. Countless divine shadows filled the sky, and a new sun could be vaguely seen breaking through the sky, shining above De Yuan's palace. The primitive emperor's eyes narrowed, but there was a trace of humility on his face. So fast? The Cold Moon Palace Master had just left, and the oracle had already arrived? The stacked shadow was in midair, overlooking the golden palace below. Her face revealed indifference, just like a god. But at this moment, there wasn't a trace of spiritual power fluctuation on her body. as if she had merged with heaven and earth. You are... With the primitive emperor's identity, he naturally hadn't seen the true appearance of the saint's oracle. Even in the entire Xinjiang, only the Cold Moon Palace Master and Han Qingqiu had seen this oracle. Oh, and Ling Xiao and the rest. So, although the primitive emperor had guessed, he didn't dare to speak rashly. Buzz. The stacked shadow waved casually, and a golden token instantly turned into a stream of light, appearing above the primitive emperor's head. The pressure on it shook the heavens, and Tao patterns rippled, as if it had transcended this world. In order to prevent the oracle from being forged, every oracle of the saint had a trace of the oracle's divine power inscribed on it. With such power, not to mention a mere 6th grade primitive emperor, even an 8th grade or 9th grade primitive emperor would feel fear upon seeing it. Greetings to the oracle. Finally, the primitive emperor didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He directly knelt on the ground, bowed and shouted. Behind him, the old attendant also knelt on the ground in fear, and his entire body was trembling for no reason. The saint's oracle. Just these 4 words alone could be regarded as a supreme existence in the 4 borders, especially for those who stood at the pinnacle of the 4 borders. They knew how terrifying the saint was, suppressing the heavens and the earth, making the universe bow down in worship. Compared to ordinary people and cultivators, the reverence in the God Emperor's heart would only be stronger, because the higher you stood, the more you would realize how terrifying those who stood at the pinnacle of the heavens were. Too far away, although there was worship, there was still a lack of fear in the end. Has Rin Yueying told you the purpose of my visit? The stacked shadow figure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be thousands of divine shadows following behind him, mysterious and unfathomable. In terms of strength, she was indeed no match for the God Emperor. But in terms of concealment techniques, who in the entire Xinjiang could be a match for her? Moreover, even if the primitive emperor was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to use his soul consciousness to probe this oracle. If he angered the oracle, wouldn't he be courting death by punishing him for the crime of disrespect? The oracle was an identity, and seeing it was equivalent to seeing the oracle in person. In other words, even if the one who came today was a pig with an oracle hanging on his neck, the primitive emperor would still have to kneel. My lord, Palace Master Rin has informed me that you will bestow upon the Yuan dynasty a great fortune. The primitive emperor still didn't dare to get up, and he didn't even dare to raise his head to look at the oracle in front of him. Hearing that, the corner of Stacked Shadow's mouth suddenly raised into a smile. It was a great fortune. 1 step straight to the Western Paradise. That's right, I have a scripture that was passed down from the upper realm. Now I will impart to you. You can use the power of this scripture to unify the Xinjiang as soon as possible. Before I return to the central border, I don't want to see a chaotic Xinjiang. After saying that, Stacked Shadow sighed again. Now that the world is in chaos, the people have no way to make a living. The rise and fall of the world is all because of the suffering of the people. If you want the world to be stable, this plan has to be done. Do you understand? The world to be stable, the people have no way to make a living? The primitive emperor's face instantly turned dull. Originally, he still had doubts about the oracle's intentions. But now, after hearing what the oracle said, he seemed to understand. Chapter 532. The divine messenger of the saint preached the sacred scripture. He took the world's peace as his responsibility and the prosperity of the righteous path as his foundation. Xinjiang was in a state of chaos after years of wars. If he wanted to bring peace to the people, the only way was to unify. At this moment, the primitive emperor's worries were all gone, and he even felt an inexplicable sense of holiness. The Deyuan Empire was the head of the 8 dynasties. Although his cultivation was only at level 6, he had faintly touched the threshold of level 7. If he was a pig, he would know that handing this responsibility to Deyuan would yield twice the result with half the effort. Originally, the primitive emperor was still hesitating. There must be a reason for conquering the world. Otherwise, he would not have the right to do so, and the resistance would be great. However, what made the primitive emperor a little doubtful was that, with the saint's prestige, wouldn't it be easier to get the 7 dynasties to submit? The general trend of the world is to unite after being separated for a long time. What the saint wants is a Shijiang that is absolutely loyal to the divine master, and not one that looks united but is divided at heart. Therefore, primitive emperor, you don't have to worry. You can send troops to conquer, kill those who are disloyal, and accept those who are sincere. Of course, how could Ling Xiao not know about the primitive emperor's doubts? Therefore, he had already prepared an explanation. I see. Hearing this, the primitive emperor nodded secretly. That's right. Since the saint was determined to unify Shijiang, what they wanted was naturally not a dynasty with ulterior motives. They wanted a dynasty that was completely loyal to the saint and had absolute rule over Shijiang. The emperors of the 7 dynasties were all arrogant. Even if they pretended to submit due to the prestige of the saint, why would they submit sincerely? There can be no construction without destruction. The divine messenger had indeed seen through everything. Open your mind. I will teach you the divine technique. Of course, to achieve eternal glory, your Yuan clan will have to pay a price. Folded Shadow's voice was full of majesty, and a touch of bitterness flashed in the primitive emperor's eyes. This was the real reason why he was hesitating. The saint's support would not come without a price. Most likely, De Yuan would become the only ruler of Shijiang in the near future, but his Yuan clan would also become the most loyal servants of the saint. This was a privilege, but also a little less freedom. But what can I do? Am I supposed to refuse in front of the oracle? I'm afraid that my lord can kill me with a wave of his hand. Rather than that, it would be better to first unify the western border and then slowly plan. After all, Yuan Yao was the true hope of the Yuan clan's revival. Yes, my lord. The primitive emperor took a deep breath and opened his mind, allowing the overlapping shadows to plant Ling Xiao's soul imprint in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a corpse-controlling technique recorded in the profound Yin-Yama scripture was also imprinted in the Yuan sovereign's soul sea. With this divine seal, you are now a member of the saint cult. Even if I leave the Shijiang in the future, the people of the saint cult will know your identity. So, let go of your hands and feet and do it boldly. While the other empires are unprepared, you should start plotting. With that, Stacked Shadow turned around and stepped into the void. 10,000 shadows roared behind her as her figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. The primitive emperor frowned as he stared at the upper realm technique called Sacred Tome of Light in his Sea of Soul. He felt that something was amiss. Using corpses as the Tao, he could plunder death energy to cultivate. At the same time, he could control corpses to form an army. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem to have anything to do with light. But now, with the divine seal planted in his Sea of Soul, his thoughts were no longer under his control. Therefore, the primitive emperor didn't care too much about it. Instead, he was considering which empire he should start from. Great Xia? Great Zhou? Now that the 2 empires were in turmoil, it was the most suitable time for a punitive expedition. However, Great Zhou still had millions of soldiers under Ning Tiant's command. If he rashly fought, he was bound to suffer heavy losses. On the contrary, Emperor Xia of Great Xia was a person who stole the country and didn't have a legitimate title. Now that he was an empty shell, it would be unreasonable to not attack him. Pass down the order. I will personally lead an army to punitive expedition against Great Xia. The primitive emperor's eyes flickered with a touch of blue as he turned around and walked toward the imperial palace. Since he had the backing of the divine envoy, he had nothing to worry about. Although that cultivation method was strange and evil, it could be said to be marvelous on the battlefield. Shijian, I want it. Cultivation, I want too. With death energy as the medium, the peak God Emperor realm was just around the corner. Cold Moon, Celestial Mountain. Ling Xiao stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back, overlooking the distance. The mountain breeze blew gently, fluttering his white robe like an immortal. The cold moon palace master had just left, and there was an additional divine sense in his soul sea. As long as he wanted, he could shatter the soul seal at any time and kill the primitive emperor on the spot. Thus, the chess game was set. Prodigies of Xinjiang, regardless of whether you can walk out of the immortal world in the end, it doesn't mean much. Because when the time comes, even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will be shocked to see that my empire is gone. As for why Ling Xiao didn't order overlapping shadow to repeat the same trick and control all the emperors of the empires for his own use. TSK. All of these people were reputable experts in the Western Territory, so no matter if they were killed or taken into the realms as sacrificial warriors, it would definitely draw attention. Moreover, the more soul seals were planted, the greater the risk of being exposed. Acting, of course, was a mixture of truth and falsehood to confuse people. When the great Yuan Empire sent troops to punitive expedition against Xinjiang, the remaining empires resisted with all their might and witnessed the primitive emperor turning into an evil ghost. Only then would the people of the saint believe that the greatest demon in Xinjiang was the primitive emperor. When the time came, the experts of the saint would search his soul to kill him, and Ling Xiao only needed a thought to shatter his soul sea. Aya, as expected of an evil demon, he is indeed ruthless. He even destroyed a wisp of my divine soul before he died. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it was flawless and flawless. Looking at Xinjiang, who else could be a match for the great Qin? Of course, with the primitive emperor's strength, it would be a little less convincing if he could kill an 8th-grade divine emperor without anyone knowing. Thus, there was still a need to drag someone else to take the blame. Oh, it should be a clan. Young master! Han Qingqiu's figure walked over from afar and stood beside Ling Xiao with an inexplicable melancholy on her pretty face. Although this young master in front of her had brilliant means and was ruthless in his actions, but it would be difficult for him to destroy the Saint sect and even kill the Cold Moon Palace master alone. The road to revenge was long and endless. You have something on your mind? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister smile. Han Qingqiu just shook her head and said indifferently, "The Cold Moon Palace master has given the order that everyone will listen to your orders during this trip to the immortal world. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. Take a good look at the forest in front of you. Perhaps after we leave the immortal world, they will no longer exist." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his eyes were clear. A look of surprise flashed across Han Qingqiu's pretty face. Does this mean young master intends to destroy the Cold Moon Palace after the trip to the immortal world? Now, this palace's elders had all surrendered to the Saint sect. The only one who truly wanted to take revenge for the previous palace master was probably her. Thus, whether this palace was destroyed or not, Han Qingqiu was not reluctant to part with it. As long as she could kill Ren Yuing and find out the truth of the palace master's death, not to mention the destruction of the Cold Moon Palace. Even if the 8 dynasties fell, so what? However, Han Qingqiu wanted to say something, but hesitated. There was no fortune in the immortal world. It could even be said to be dangerous. However, she did not know how to tell this to Ling Xiao. She was afraid that there would be another unforeseen event. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. It seems that the immortal world will be opened in 1 or 2 days. At that time, you just need to listen to my orders, and everything will be done naturally. Ling Xiao did not ask much. He patted Han Qingqiu's shoulder lightly and turned around to walk towards the main hall in the mountain. The chess pieces had been placed. It was time to summon the treasure-hunting beast again. Xiaofeng, I have high hopes for you. Chapter 533. For 3 consecutive days, the sound of Tao reverberated throughout the cold moon, celestial mountain. Divine light surged and formed thousands of strange phenomena. Under the golden divine pillar that connected the heavens and the earth, the gate of immortality appeared. Tall mountains appeared, and ancient forests formed an ocean. It was extremely majestic. However, at the end of the ocean of mountains, a wisp of black light appeared. It was an ominous barrier. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the other prodigies of the western border stood before the gate of immortality and waited quietly. Beside him, Yuan Yao and Mo Wu stood side by side. Further away, Chu Tianqing's eyes were gloomy. After not seeing him for a few days, this prodigy of the great Chu country had a faint, feminine look on his face. All the prodigies of the western border were filled with anticipation. Even though this place was dangerous, the fortune inside was heaven-defying. There were countless secrets to becoming an immortal. As long as they could find a fortune, it might be the opportunity for them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Han Qingqiu's figure walked over from the mountain path. Behind her was a group of disciples of the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Among them, Wang Tianduo's expression was gloomy. Especially when he saw an unfamiliar disciple in the group, his eyes were filled with vigilance. Junior sister, who is this person? Why is he following the disciples of the Cold Moon Celestial Palace? Moreover, I know most of the prodigies of the western border. Why is this person so unfamiliar? At this moment, how could he not feel that this person's shifty eyes were filled with adoration when he looked at junior sister Han? This feeling made Wang Tianduo very resentful. For a talented young man like Lord Ling Xiao, it was natural for him to have junior sister Han. But who do you think you are? Where are you looking at? Is junior sister Han someone you can look at? Hearing this, the unfamiliar disciple narrowed his eyes. A trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. F***CK. Wang Tianduo, it's you again. Who am I? I am your grandpa Xiaofeng. However, although Xiaofeng's heart was filled with hatred, his face was filled with nervousness. Qingqiu had taken a great risk to bring him here. If Wang Tianduo exposed his identity, Qingqiu's efforts would be in vain. She might even be killed. Suddenly, a trace of killing intent flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. His love for Han Qingqiu seemed to be winning over his rationality. I am Go, but I am not a dog. In order to help me, Qingqiu even betrayed her sect. How could I bear to see her get hurt in the slightest? This is junior brother Feng. The Lord Ling Xiao specifically asked us to bring Cold Moon Immortal Palace into the immortals. Han Qingqiu said coldly, her eyes cold. Hearing this, Wang Tianduo was stunned and even panicked. The inside story. This was an inside story. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking person would have a personal relationship with Lord Ling Xiao? After all, the Cold Moon Immortal Miracle was the greatest fortune of the western border. All the dynasties, sects, and clans wanted to send their disciples there for training. However, the quota was limited, and not every force could get such a precious opportunity. Because of that, the quota was extremely precious. However, as an adult, bringing a friend in was a piece of cake. F***CK. Suddenly, Wang Tianduo slapped himself in the face and turned to look at Xiaofeng. Hee, junior brother Feng, I was too talkative. Don't worry, after entering the immortals, I'll definitely work together with you. Junior brother Feng. Wang Tianduo tilted his head and frowned. He bit his finger. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Thank you, senior brother. Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Han Qingqiu gratefully. Qingqiu, it's you again. At the most critical moment, you stood up for me and saved my life. Although Han Qingqiu's words made Xiaofeng very unhappy, but it seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Whatever, as long as I can enter the immortals and find the fortune. At that time, if he joined hands with Qingqiu, Ling Xiao and the others would be easily killed. So what if you're the sky demon? A sky demon who hasn't grown up is not enough to be a threat. As long as I kill you, I can prove my innocence and become the famous demon slayer hero in the western border. Then, how can I not be tempted? No, I have to think about how to walk out of the immortals in order to show my heroism. Although there were many changes in the plot in this world, Ling Xiao must have hidden his cultivation. But so what? After entering the immortals, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the divine general realm. Moreover, this Wang Tian duo was obviously not very smart. When the time comes, I only need to gently guide him, and he will definitely go through fire and water. Death is not to be regretted. Let him test Ling Xiao's strength. That's the only way to be foolproof. Lord Ling Xiao, when we enter the immortals later, I will have to rely on you. Mo Wu, you stood beside Ling Xiao with a bright smile and a humble attitude. Oh, brother Mo, you're the number one in the western border. I should be relying on you. Ling Xiao smiled. Over the past few days, Mo Wu had frequently visited him at his bedchamber. He would visit him 3 times a day, no more and no less. Lord, you really know how to joke. How can I be considered the number one in the western border? It's all thanks to my brothers. In front of Lord, I'm afraid I can't even compare to a toe. Mo Wu smiled awkwardly, and his body bent even more. To be honest, others might not know his true strength, but how could he not know? Originally, he planned to get close to Yuan Yao and use her bootlickers as free fighters. However, since that day when he saw Ling Xiao crush Chu Tiancheng with his own eyes, Mo Wu understood that his destiny was in Ling Xiao's hands and not Yuan Yao's. Relying on other people's bootlickers, how could it be as good as turning into a bootlicker himself? As long as he could make Lord Ling Xiao happy with his protection, who in the western border could be his opponent? Moreover, Ling Xiao did not expose his lies that day. It could be seen that he was a kind and righteous person with a broad heart. As long as I try my best to bootlick, Lord Ling Xiao will be too embarrassed to refuse me. Young Master Mo, you must be joking. The immortals are dangerous. When the time comes, we will have to work together. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. His eyes contained the deep sea, making people feel like they were drowning. At the side, Yuan Yao's lips curled up in a beautiful arc. This is someone who shares the same ideals as me. He is neither servile nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor rash. He is clearly outstanding, but he is never overbearing. Brother Xiao, you are very brave. Yao likes you. Yes. As long as you are willing, I, Mo Wu, am willing to be the vanguard. I will slay the 6 demons. Mo Wu's expression turned solemn. He stood straight and said loudly, My strength is not very good, but will it affect me from acting cool? What's wrong with me being the vanguard? Can't I defeat him? As long as young master is happy, will he not care about my life or death? A bootlicker will have nothing? That depends on whether you are the right person to bootlick. You should know how envious those western border geniuses are when they look at me. With young Master Ling Xiao's status, one needed to be qualified to lick his boots. Oh, slay demons? Ha. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He just nodded slightly. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the sky. The Hanyu Palace master stepped out alone and looked at the people below. Those who were able to stand here today were all famous geniuses of the western border. However, this time, would they be able to fulfill the divine master's wish and find the secret to becoming an immortal? Chapter 534. The immortal world is about to open. However, I have to make things clear first. The immortal world is extremely dangerous. Less than 10% of those who enter can come out alive. If you leave now, you will still have a chance. The Cold Moon Palace Master looked down at the crowd. Only when she looked at Ling Xiao did she reveal a trace of respect. Ling Xiao had entered the immortal world under the instructions of the divine envoy. With his strength and temperament, he might really be able to find the secret of becoming an immortal. Then her mission would be completed, and she could leave the western border, this desolate land. At that time, with the Lord Ling Zhao's good words, her position in the sacred sect would definitely skyrocket. Currently, no one in the Xingzhou could ascend to the upper world. Although the people did not know the reason, this world seemed to be confined by a mighty force. The divine master of the sacred sect was the only hope to break the shackles and take that step. Only those who were highly regarded by the divine master and granted the right to ascend would have the chance to ascend to the upper world. It was said that there was a heavenly platform connected to the upper world on the Tao Comprehension Mountain. It was called the Immortal Promotion Platform. It was said that 100 years ago, the Dark Phoenix clan was sent to the upper world by the Divine Master because of their loyalty. Such an honor could be said to be the fortune of 3 lifetimes. The entire cold moon, celestial mountain, instantly became oppressive. However, in the end, no one gave up voluntarily. Obviously, everyone understood the principle of seeking riches and honor amidst danger. Don't talk about being ordinary and valuable. That was just the self-consolation of mediocre people. Since they were living in this world, they should live a wonderful life. Fortune and risk always existed side by side. Good. Since you are so determined, I will help you break open the immortal gate. The Cold Moon Palace master nodded slightly. Moonlight flowed on her jade-like hand and turned into a silver river. It fell from the sky and entered the immortal gate. Buzz. An ear-piercing, buzzing sound instantly resounded. The ancient gate that was originally ajar suddenly shone with divine radiance. A vast and ancient aura rushed towards them. Vaguely, there was an indescribable sense of desolation. The divine voice resounded and immortal shadows floated. At this moment, the entire cold moon celestial mountain trembled for a moment. Subsequently, the divine pillar collapsed on its own, and it transformed into boundless immortal radiance that covered the sky. The gate of immortals is open. You can go in now. However, the immortals world is usually open for 3 months. If you don't come out in time, you will be trapped inside for dozens of years. As the Frost Moon Palace's palace master spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Ling Xiao. Clearly, she was warning him. Thank you, palace master. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He grabbed Yuan Yao's jade-like hand and walked towards the door. Behind him, Emo Wuya and a group of Cold Palace disciples followed closely. The remaining sky prides of the western frontier only lifted their feet and strode in after the crowd had entered. Chu Tiancheng followed behind them with a gloomy expression, especially when he saw the 2 holding hands. A strong killing intent gushed out from his eyes. He had already mastered the evil warding saber manual. In a short span of 4 days, he had already mastered the most mysterious saber art that Elder Dao had mentioned. Now he only needed to wait for an opportunity, and he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, given Yao Er's temperament, if he really killed her in front of her, she would definitely feel disgusted. Therefore, he had to wait. It would be more convenient for him to make his move after the 2 of them separated. In short, the Frost Moon Palace's palace master had said that there were countless dangers in this secret realm. If Ling Xiao accidentally died, who could he blame? As for what Yuan Yao had said earlier about the 3 of them traveling together, could it be that you have never heard of an ancient saying? If 3 people travel together, one of them will definitely die. At this moment, as the sky prides of the western frontier stepped into the Gate of Immortals, a look of anticipation appeared on the Cold Moon Palace's palace master's face. Then she lowered her head and looked at the elders below. Guard this gate well. Apart from Lord Ling Xiao, bring all the sky prides and demon-level geniuses that come out to see me in the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Yes, Palace Master. The elders bowed. The Cold Moon Palace's palace master's figure immediately disappeared. However, not long after she disappeared, a beautiful red-clothed figure walked out from the mountain path in the distance. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a charming figure. However, her beautiful face was covered by a white veil, making it impossible for others to see her appearance clearly. "Who is it?" The elders' expressions turned cold, and some vigilance appeared in their eyes. However, that red-clothed woman did not say a word. In a flash, she entered the gate of immortals. Amen? She went in. It seems like she went in. But her aura! It seems like she has already stepped into the God-Emperor realm. Judging from her appearance, she looks a bit like the second elder. That shouldn't be the case. In this secret realm, the higher one's cultivation is, the stronger the sealing power is. The second elder is a rank 6 martial emperor. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went in? The Cold Moon Palace's palace master, who had already disappeared, suddenly revealed her true appearance in midair. There was a faint trace of ridicule on her ice-cold face. "Yu Shao, it seems that you are also hiding some secrets. However, no matter what secrets you are hiding, there is only one exit in this immortal world. Where can you escape to? Guard the immortal gate well. If you see Second Elder again, capture him immediately." The Cold Moon Palace master sneered and waved her lily-white hand. The ancient formation that originally enveloped the Cold Moon celestial mountain immediately let down a strand of divine light and illuminated the celestial gate. As such, once Yu Shao walked out, she would definitely sense it. On this Frost Moon Mountain, how could she possibly be his opponent? After enduring for so long, I finally can't hold it in any longer. The Cold Moon Palace master shook her head and disappeared again. She had long known that Yu Shao had ulterior motives. Furthermore, back then, after the previous palace master of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace had fallen, Rin Yuing had searched for a long time but was unable to find the Cold Moon ancient token that symbolized the identity of the palace master. It was said that this token could resist part of the suppression of the immortals. This was also the key reason why the previous Frost Moon Palace masters were able to enter the immortals' world. The reason why Rin Yuing was not in a hurry to kill Yu Shao was because she was afraid that it would disappoint the elders of the Cold Palace. Secondly, since the original Cold Moon Palace master had already prepared a backup plan. Even if she captured Yu Shao, she might not be able to find out the whereabouts of the ancient medallion and the secret of the immortals. If that was the case, he might as well wait for her to walk right into his trap. Go ahead and snatch the treasure. Just wait for the heir to come. Understand? At this moment, as Ling Shao and the others appeared in the immortals' world, they were immediately stunned by the scenery before them. This place was not a secret realm of the immortals' world at all. Instead, it was more like a battlefield of gods and demons. Countless barren mountains stretched out and were extremely dilapidated. Ancient forests were withered. A faint trace of demonic aura circulated between heaven and earth, covering the sky. Further away, the sky was pitch black like a waterfall. Faint demonic runes flickered, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. This place, there was actually no trace of spiritual energy. In fact, there seemed to be an invisible force that suppressed everyone's spiritual energy, cultivation, chi, blood, and soul power. Something was not right. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head to look at the distant sky. All secret realms were places with rich spiritual energy and abundant immortal charm. Rather than calling this place an ancient battlefield, it would be better to call it a cage. Without spiritual energy, one could not cultivate. Any living being that was suppressed here would probably perish after a long time. However, who could be so generous to be able to empty the spiritual energy of an entire realm? Who could be so ferocious that it was worth it to be suppressed like this? Although there had always been rumors that the immortals' world had suppressed a great demon, the people were still skeptical of these words. However, after seeing it today, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother Shao, this place is so scary. Yuan Yao unconsciously held Ling Xiao's hand tightly and pressed her body against his arm. Don't be afraid, Yao. In the wilderness, I am invincible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to look at Xiaofeng, who was beside Han Qingqiu. Then he lifted his foot and walked toward the depths of the immortal's world. Since this is a demonic land, who can fight with me? Chapter 535. So. The sound of wind breaking instantly resounded. The western border heavenly talents, who were originally shocked and frightened, finally flew into the air in groups of 3 to 5. Since he had entered this realm, it was wishful thinking to retreat. Since that was the case, he might as well explore it. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. Behind Ling Xiao, the disciples of the Cold Palace followed closely. However, Xiaofeng suddenly gave Han Qingqiu a meaningful look and landed at the back of the crowd. Just now, when Ling Xiao looked at him, he faintly felt that he had been seen through. That shouldn't be the case. My appearance has changed, and I've also taken on the demonic name. How could he have imagined that I would appear in the immortals? Maybe I'm thinking too much. However, whenever Xiaofeng saw this demon, his heart would palpitate. In that case, it was better to separate as soon as possible. Han Xianzi, if we travel with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain any good fortune. Why don't we find a chance to travel alone? Xiaofeng said through his divine sense. However, Han Qingqiu only nodded her head and didn't say anything. The young master had told him that Xiaofeng's role was to help him search for the fortune in this land of immortals. If he didn't let him go, how could he unleash his potential? Young master, this place is vast. Why don't we part ways for now and meet again at the center of the immortal world? Han Qingqiu walked in front of Ling Xiao and said softly, All right. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Then, everyone, let's part ways here. Yes, young master. The disciples of Cold Moon's celestial palace bowed and left in groups of 3 to 5. But just as Han Qingqiu and Xiaofeng were about to go together, Wang Tianduo and 2 other disciples of the Cold Palace strode over. Junior sister Han, let's go together. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, but he did not refuse. The immortal world was fraught with dangers and demonic creatures. With these hotheads following them, it would be easier to take care of each other. After all, the true fortune of the immortal world lay in the depths. At that time, he would just have to think of a way to get rid of the 3 of them. Brother Xiao, where are we going? At this moment, other than Yuan Yao and Mo Wuya, there were a few other geniuses of the western region beside Ling Xiao. 2 of them were from the Grand Yuan Empire, while the other 3 were rogue cultivators who admired Yuan Yao. Let's take a look ahead first. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked into the distance as he walked forward. After everyone had left, several figures suddenly appeared in the ancient forest. Then, they rushed towards the direction of the immortal world. These men were the men of sacrifice trained by Ling Xiao. Even though Han Qingqiu had sided with him, she had not yet submitted. He still needed to prepare some surprises to capture the heart of this destined woman. The sky gradually darkened. Ling Xiao and the others gathered in an ancient forest and lit a bonfire. However, just as the last ray of light between heaven and earth was extinguished, a strange sound suddenly came from Gu Linshin's location. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared from the darkness and pounced towards one of the Diyuan heavenly talents. Bastard, you're courting death. Mo Wuya narrowed his eyes and swung his immortal sword, slashing the black shadow to the ground. However, what surprised everyone was that the black shadow that had fallen to the ground was actually a black demonic rabbit. Its body was surrounded by demonic qi, and its eyes were glowing red. Even with Mo Wuya's strength, his sword was unable to cut through the rabbit's skin and only made it fall to the ground. This, Mo Wuya stepped forward and stepped on the rabbit's head. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was looking at the struggling little beast on the ground with interest. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Demonic qi had tempered its body? Interesting. Young Master Mo, what are you doing? However, just as Amoia raised the ancient sword in his hand and was about to finish off the rabbit demon, Yuan Yao cried out in a somewhat panicked manner. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face grew wider. Young Master Mo, this rabbit is so cute. How could you hurt it? Yuan Yao walked to Amoia's side and bent down to stroke its fur. Let's release it quickly. Look, its eyes are red from crying. Even with Amoia's temperament, his eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. Princess Yao Yao, this is a demonic beast. Demonic beast, do you understand? With one look, it was obvious that this thing had lost its intelligence due to demonic qi. Let it go. Its eyes were red from crying? This was too sudden. In Amoia's eyes, this Yuan Yao was pure and kind. But now, why did he feel that she was becoming more and more pretentious, being merciful to demons? Since Yao or can't bear it, let it go. Ling Xiao sat in front of the bonfire and smiled. A mere demonic beast was not worth mentioning. Do you believe that I can make all the demonic beasts in this ancient forest kneel down and piss on the ground with just a wisp of my aura? This place was like purgatory for ordinary sky prides. But for Ling Xiao, wasn't it a paradise? However, to be able to release such demonic qi, it shouldn't be a simple demon. He wondered if the thing sealed in the immortals had anything to do with his heavenly demonic body. Just as Yuan Yao walked to the demonic rabbit and was about to pick it up, the demonic rabbit suddenly jumped up and scratched her hand with its claws. Then it scuttled toward Gu Linshin. Seeing this scene, many Western border geniuses had a hint of gloating in their eyes. Only Ling Xiao walked to Yuan Yao's side with concern. He held her hand and asked softly, Yao, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, big brother. It's all my fault. The rabbit was just frightened. When I got close to it, I scared it again. It was indeed frightened. Ling Xiao's expression was playful and his eyes were cold. My Yao, you're really looking more and more like a dead person. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Ling Xiao and the others walked into the depths of the immortal world as usual. Vaguely, Ling Xiao could feel that there seemed to be a figure following behind him. Without guessing, Ling Xiao knew that it was the eunuch, Chu Tiancheng. Little Leek, you can't be like this. I'm still counting on your luck to find the creation realm treasure in this place. Are you following me for a hammer? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Tiancheng. In the depths of the ancient forest, in a dark place, Chu Tiancheng concealed his aura and hid behind an ancient tree. All of a sudden, a soul consciousness message came from his soul sea. Elder Dao. You really came in. Yes, Chang'er. How's your practice of the evil warding saber manual? Elder Dao's voice was full of majesty. Chu Tiancheng's face was suddenly filled with arrogance. Elder Dao, I've mastered the evil warding saber manual. Oh, Cheng, I was right about you. Your talent is the best in the world. No. In my opinion, even those ancient monsters and heroes can't be compared to you. Cheng, what are you waiting for? Quick, take out the evil warding saber and kill Ling Xiao. Elder Dao's voice was full of excitement. Even Chu Tiancheng straightened his back and blushed. Obviously, he was ready. He was comparable to the ancient monsters and heroes. What kind of high praise was this? With Elder Dao's experience and cultivation, these words were credible. Chu Tiancheng, will definitely step on the top of the world and become famous forever. Beep, the child of destiny, filled in the blanks and prepared to die. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Elder Dao. However, after hearing Elder Dao's words, Chu Tiancheng was obviously hesitant. What's wrong? Ching, Could it be that you still can't let go of Yuan Yao? No, Elder Dao. It's just that Ling Xiao has many followers. If I make a move now, it will be very troublesome. Chu Tiancheng smiled embarrassedly. To reach the top of the world, if there was no one to accompany him, wouldn't this immortal path be too lonely? Although Yao was bewitched by Ling Xiao, without her he might not have been able to wait until the day he met Elder Dao. One wrong look for a lifetime. A young man shouldn't meet a girl who was too beautiful. Otherwise, he would be her shadow for the rest of his life. I have a deep understanding of this. Therefore, we probably don't fall in love with one girl, but several kinds of girls. For example, rich women, lowless, mature women, etc. Chapter 536. Elder Dao wanted to say something, but stopped. He was obviously furious, and Chu Tiancheng instinctively felt panic in his heart, unconsciously lowering his head. He was no longer a man, but instead of cutting off his lust, he seemed to crave it even more. Actually, Tiancheng, I've always wanted to tell you something. You seem to have cut to the wrong place. You know you don't have a chance. Then why are you following me? There are countless fortunes in the immortals' world. Once you find one, your cultivation will increase greatly. By then, wouldn't Ling Xiao be easy to kill? Old Dao roared, scaring Chu Tiancheng so much that his body trembled. Elder Dao, but inexplicably, tears welled up in Chu Tiancheng's eyes. In the end, Elder Dao truly cared about me. What he cared about was always my strength. That's right. The Bai Xia Saber manual had already been completed. According to Elder Dao's estimation, killing Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. Now that he and Yao are together day and night, they can't be separated anytime soon. It's meaningless for me to follow them. It's better to find the fortune in the immortals' world first. If I find the secret to becoming an immortal, not to mention Ling Xiao, who in the entire Xinjiang can be my opponent. Thinking of this, Chu Tiancheng felt even more guilty. Elder Dao, I'm too narrow-minded. Thank you for your constant supervision. Even though your teachings were harsh and cold, I still have to thank you for your guidance. But the heart that loves me, I feel it clearly. I know. Elder Dao, let's go find the ancient site now. Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his handsome face. It felt good to be cared for. My cultivation is suppressed here. I can't show up easily, but I'll hide in the dark and help you. Elder Dao snorted. Chu Tiancheng nodded and smiled. Elder Dao, don't worry. I'll be careful. Then Chu Tiancheng looked at the two figures sitting close to each other in the ancient forest. Then he resolutely flew into the distance. At this moment, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Now that all the treasure-hunting beasts had come online, it was time for him to leave for a while. Yao, this place is filled with demonic qi. I'm afraid there will be great danger. Stay by my side and don't leave even half a step. Ling Xiao's eyes were gentle, and his smile was brilliant. When Yuan Yao saw this, she immediately felt an inexplicable sense of peace in her heart. I know, Brother Xiao. Don't worry, Yao, I will be careful. Okay, I'm going to take a walk in the forest. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao stood up and was about to walk towards Gulinshin when Yuan Yao grabbed his hand in panic. Big brother, I'll go with you. Yao, I'm going to do that. Do you want to come with me? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a playful smile, while Yuan Yao's expression froze for a moment before she shyly lowered her head. Big brother Xiao, you're so bad. I really like it. Ling Xiao rubbed Yuan Yao's little head. Little lotuses of this color loved the feeling of being spoiled the most. His movements must be gentle and his eyes must be fixed on her. The smile at the corner of his mouth must not be too brilliant. There must even be a trace of sorrow, as if he might lose her at any moment. Remember, no matter what she asks, you must shake your head. You only need to tell her, Yao, you're really beautiful. Brother. Brother Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Yao's face turned even redder as she lowered her head and pursed her red lips. As for Ling Xiao, he only shook his head and smiled. Yao, it's really good to have you. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yuan Yao to say anything and turned around to walk towards the forest. Looking at that tall and straight, white-clothed figure, Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face was dazed. Then it turned into brilliant tenderness. Brother Xiao, it's Yao Er's fortune to have you. That kind of tenderness, complete trust, and even being willing to go against the world for her, was something Yuan Yao had never experienced before. In the past, there were also many bootlickers by her side, but more or less, it was because of Yuan Yao's background, identity, and beauty that they bowed to her. However, Brother Xiao was different. In terms of background, even the Cold Moon Palace master had to bow to him. In terms of status, the words disciple of a divine envoy were enough to explain everything. In terms of beauty, Yuan Yao's good reputation had spread through the entire western border, especially the commoners. They respected her as if she was a celestial being. However, in terms of reputation, Han Qingqiu was obviously better. Therefore, Brother Xiao cares about me and likes me because he recognizes me from the bottom of his heart. What he said happened to coincide with Yao Er's thoughts. Him and I are just like the harmony between instruments, the harmony between instruments, the harmony between instruments, the harmony between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Yuan Yao's pretty face turned hot as she giggled foolishly. In her heart, she admired and respected Ling Xiao even more. However, at this moment, Mo Wu Ye's eyes flashed with a faint trace of coldness. He didn't know why, but he clearly felt that Lord Ling Xiao treated Yuan Yao extremely well. He even supported and tolerated her overly idiotic thoughts. He even had a domineering feeling that he would go against the world for her. However, there was something wrong. He had a feeling that Lord Ling Xiao didn't treat Yuan Yao with true feelings. Beep. The destined girl is infatuated with the villain. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he raised his head to look at the distant sky. At this moment, the immortal world was completely dark. Invisibly, there seemed to be a demonic chant resounding in his ears. It was extremely frightening. However, Xia Feng and Chu Tiancheng had already taken action. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Jade Sage to sightsee. Since she was already deeply in love, he should find a time to cut off this little leak. Deeply in love? Uft. Tell me, if you caused the death of your beloved brother because of your benevolence, would your Dao heart collapse? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Soul light flickered in his eyes. The purple qi-pure Dao body instantly appeared in the forest and walked towards Yuan Yao and the others. As for Ling Xiao, he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood, in front of a lonely mountain in the immortal world. Han Qingqiu, Xia Feng, Wang Tianduo, and the others stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at a pitch-black cave in the mountain. At this moment, there was a faint, oppressive, and terrifying breathing sound in the cave. A vague, demonic intent swept into a vortex, surging between heaven and earth. Obviously, there was a fierce demon hiding in this cave. It should be here. Xia Feng stood in front of them with a solemn expression. According to the memory of his previous life, there should be an 8th grade divine general demon here. However, in any relic or secret realm where a powerful demon was, there was bound to be fortune. That's right. The demon was entrenched here because there was an ancient divine herb hidden in it, the yin-yang soul herb. This herb was born with 3 leaves, 1 yin, 1 yang, and 1 chaos. It was a supreme treasure for the divine soul. However, in the immortal world, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the 1st grade of divine general. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to kill this demon. Junior Brother Feng, are you saying that there is fortune in this cave? Wang Tianduo frowned, his tone full of doubts. Of course, a minor character like him couldn't understand the principles of cultivation. Where the mandate of heaven is, fortune is hidden. Moreover, although young Masterling Shao specifically asked for this person to be brought in, it seems to me that young Master doesn't really care about him. Even when he entered the immortal world, he didn't pay any attention to him. It's obvious that he's an insignificant person. Then, how dare you sneak a glance at Junior Sister Han and look so concerned? I think you're a dung beetle taking a stroll. You're looking for shit. Chapter 537. That's right. I can feel that there should be a soul herb inside. It's a wonderful thing for the divine soul. Xia Feng nodded calmly. There were indeed a few heavenly fortunes in this world of immortals. But you know, that kind of fortune would usually appear at the end. He had just entered the secret realm. Of course, he would look for herbs and flowers to liven up the atmosphere and create some conflicts. When the real fortune appeared, he would act cool and slap people's faces to push the plot to the climax. However, the yin-yang soul herb was undoubtedly of a higher grade than the ordinary spiritual herbs and divine flowers. So Xia Feng came. Ling Shao also came. You can feel it. Wang Tianduo and the others showed disdain on their faces. Who do you think you are? We are all divine generals. You can feel that there is a spiritual herb hidden under the demonic aura? Do you mean you are better than us? I am the direct disciple of the Han Yu Palace Master. I am also a famous genius in the Western Border. Why do I only feel a fierce demonic aura and demonic aura? You bastard, don't tell me you want to borrow the claws of this demon to kill us and monopolize Junior Sister Han? Yes. Xia Feng nodded, slightly with a cold and arrogant expression. How the hell can I feel it? But I can't tell you that I have the memory of 2 lives, right? Young Master Feng, the demonic beast in the cave has a vigorous aura. I'm afraid it's a level 6 or level 7 divine general. Given our current strength, I'm afraid it'll take us some effort to kill it. Are you sure there's an immortal herb inside? Han Qingqiu's eyes were clear. Although she was not as direct as Wang Tianduo, there was also a trace of doubt between her eyebrows. There was no spiritual qi in this place. In other words, once they attacked, they would consume their spiritual qi. If they wanted to recover, they could only rely on spiritual pills and spiritual herbs. However, there were countless dangers in this place. There would be a day when spiritual pills would be used up. They had only been here for half a day. Wasn't it a bit rash to fight an 8th stage divine general realm beast for a spiritual herb? Young Master Feng? Xia Feng was stunned. Then, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Qingqiu called me young master. She called me young master. What? Is this a polite way of addressing me? Shut up. With Qingqiu's cold and arrogant temperament, have you ever seen her call anyone young master? Although this was only a small change in attitude, it was a big breakthrough for my relationship with Qingqiu. Haha, I think this kid is intentionally looking for excitement. The devil chi here is dense, and that demon beast has probably already been corroded by devil chi, so its combat strength is surely terrifying. Taking such a risk for a spirit herb that might not even exist is utterly not worth it. Wang Tianduo snorted coldly. The infatuation in Xia Feng's eyes made him feel an indescribable hatred. Did young Master Feng really sense the aura of the soul grass? Han Qingqiu turned to Xia Feng with a solemn face. The latter immediately took a deep breath, and a brilliant smile suddenly appeared on his face. Senior Sister Han, please believe me. How about this? I'll be responsible for entering the cave and luring the ferocious beast out. When the time comes, Senior Apprentice Sister Han only needs to sneak in and seize the soul grass. Xia Feng glanced coldly at Wang Tianduo and the others. However, this means that the soul herb can only be shared between the 2 of us. Originally, with Xia Feng's temperament, he would never do such a risky thing. But he didn't know why, but when he saw Han Qingqiu, he felt that his body was filled with strength. Only by acting tough could he express his love for Han Qingqiu in his heart. Isn't this too risky? Young Master Feng, an 8th grade demonic beast, and one that has been corroded by devil qi. You! Han Qingqiu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and her voice carried a rare trace of worry. But this worry was not because of Xia Feng's righteous act. She was afraid that this plaything that Lord Ling Xiao had set his eyes on, if he died here, it would be difficult to explain. Qingqiu is worried about me. Look at her. Her bright eyes are nervous, and her expression is flustered. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. What supreme being? It's all bullshit. I, Xia Feng, will shine the brightest light here, and let Qingqiu know that in this place, I am the mandate of heaven. Haha, junior apprentice Sister Han, don't worry, I will be fine. A mere 6th grade divine general demonic beast can't hurt me. Xia Feng shook his head with a gentle smile, and the hatred in Wang Tiandua's eyes became more intense. This is all your fault for acting tough. A mere 6th grade demonic beast. Then why are you luring it here? Isn't it easier to just go in and kill it? Fine, I'll let you act tough. You better go in later and ask that demonic beast to stop you. Let's see how you can act tough then. Haha, Junior Brother Feng is indeed brave and fierce. Since you don't even put a 6th rank demonic beast in your eyes, then we'll wait here and watch the show. However, Junior Brother, you should stop showing off. If you really feel that you can't take it anymore, just give me a shout. Who knows? I might even lend you a hand. Wang Tianduo smiled coldly, and the rest of the Cold Moon sect's disciples behind him also mocked him. Junior apprentice Brother Feng, don't be scared to tears later. No. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just afraid that junior apprentice brother will be eaten by that 8th grade demonic beast. Then won't he lose both his life and his grass? Ha! Hearing this, Xia Feng's face did not change at all. He did not care about the crowd's ridicule at all. Or rather, he was used to it. Now, as long as Qingqiu trusts me, everything will be worth it. When I lure that demonic beast away and Qingqiu gets the soul grass, let's see if you can still laugh. Then, Qingqiu will trust me more. Others might not know, but Xia Feng knew very well that the demonic beast in the cave was indeed terrifying. It was a demonic bear. This demonic bear was very powerful and had a strong defense, but it moved very slowly. Otherwise, do you think I will do something that I am not sure of? Childish. Don't you know how to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? I want the soul grass, and I also want the fairy's heart. Slapping people's faces is so simple and enjoyable. Junior apprentice Sister Han, I will go now. You don't have to rush into the cave. You can go in after I lure that demonic bear further away. Xia Feng's expression was gentle and his eyes were firm. Without hesitation, he rushed into the cave. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the cave. A stream of demonic blood qi that was visible to the naked eye instantly surged out. Then, the whole barren mountain seemed to tremble for a moment. Even though they were extremely far away, even though the crowd were unable to see the traces of that ferocious beast, they still felt an extremely frightening, oppressive sensation. Gulp. That kid won't be eaten by the demonic beast, will he? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Wang Tianduo and the others looked at each other. There was an inexplicable joy in their eyes. The son of destiny was good at acting tough, and he succeeded every time. Why? Of course, it was because they had their own luck and were the main characters. Otherwise, if I were to be struck to death while acting tough, would this book be over? Pucci. Xia Feng was the son of destiny, but he was not the main character. Whoosh! The sound of wind was heard. Xia Feng's figure gradually came out of the darkness. At this moment, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of surprise, because he saw Han Qingqiu's beautiful face outside the cave. Her smile was especially bright. At this moment, he finally understood. If the purpose of cultivation was not to act tough, it would be boring. Chapter 538. Qingqiu smiled. This was the second time Xiaofeng saw Han Qingqiu smile. The first time was when he defeated 3 senior brothers at the peak of Cold Moon Mountain. Back then, Qingqiu smiled shyly and charmingly. That was also the reason why Xiaofeng understood the joy of acting tough. When the fairy smiled, the world would be dark. But, compared to that day, the smile on Han Qingqiu's face was undoubtedly brighter. Is she moved? She must be. Is it because of my bravery? Sure enough, one can be poor and weak, but acting tough can get everything. Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt as if his life had been sublimated. At this moment, even the stench of the wind behind him seemed to have become gentle. In the past, he cultivated and worked hard to become stronger so that he could kill Ling Xiao and take revenge for his previous life. But now, as his relationship with Qingqiu gradually improved, he realized loving someone was much easier than hating someone, especially when you get something in return for your efforts. Qingqiu, don't worry, this soul herb is just the beginning. Next, I will bring you to find the treasures in the immortal world and step on the peak of Western Border with you. No, it's the peak of Shenzhou. Boom! However, just as Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with determination and he was about to step out of the cave, the mountain rock in front of the cave suddenly collapsed. Following this, several ancient trees appeared out of nowhere and towered into the sky, trapping his figure inside the cave. Heaven and earth instantly darkened. At the same time, the smile on Xiaofeng's face also disappeared. What the F***? Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, and the expression on his face froze. It shouldn't be. The plot shouldn't be like this. In my previous life, although the demonic bear was extremely strong and had a strong defense, but it didn't know any demonic arts. Moreover, why does the divine tree seem to contain a trace of the power of Tao? Gulp. Suddenly, Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva and slowly turned around. Looking at the demonic figure that was dozens of feet tall standing in front of him, a trace of panic finally appeared in his eyes. The power of gunmetal instantly appeared, but it didn't slash at the demonic bear. Instead, it hit the divine tree that sealed the cave. But even though his Tao laws flourished and he used all his strength, the Tao sword only managed to leave an obvious crack on the divine wood, but it did not manage to shatter it. FCK. At that moment, Xiaofeng started to panic. However, before he could figure out exactly what had gone wrong, the demonic bear behind him suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar and pounced toward him. Damn it! Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically. However, he seemed to have no other choice but to fight head-on. Bastard! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Buzz! The sword of Tao, which was tens of feet long, recondensed. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire cave, making it as bright as day. In such a narrow space, the demonic bear's huge body seemed much clumsier. Even so, every time it swung its giant palm down, it was enough to make Xiaofeng's body tremble violently, and he coughed up blood violently. Boom, boom! The entire barren mountain began to tremble for no reason. Inside the cave, smoke and dust filled the air as the mountain rocks crumbled. At this moment, outside the cave, Wang Tianduo and the others were also stunned. However, in the blink of an eye, they were overjoyed. Is this the legendary saying, trying to act tough but failing miserably? Yes. Senior Brother Wang, look at this divine tree. It's thick and big. It's as hard as iron. I don't think Junior Brother Feng will be able to come out. Senior Brother, listen to that. Junior Brother Feng is shouting so happily. He's probably going to die from happiness. Ha! Cough, cough. Wang Tianduo also wanted to laugh. However, in front of Han Qingqiu, he decided to pretend to be calm and magnanimous. Laugh. What's so funny? Junior Brother Feng is still inside. Quickly, See if you can break this divine tree and save junior brother Feng. Hearing that, the group of Cold Moon Sect's disciples were stunned. However, when they saw the beautiful figure in white not far away, they immediately understood. Senior brother Wang, you're magnanimous and upright. You're indeed our good senior brother. Junior sister Han, stand further away. I'll save junior brother Feng. A gentle smile appeared on Wang Tianduo's face, and an elegant aura flowed from his body. With senior brother Wang's help, junior brother Feng won't be able to die even if he wants to. That's right. Senior brother Wang's sword will definitely be able to break this divine tree's cage. The disciples immediately started to flatter. The smile on Wang Tianduo's face became even more obvious. Then, in front of everyone's expectant eyes, he wielded his sword and slashed at the divine tree. At this moment, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a direct disciple of the Cold Palace and a 6th grade divine general. Although the immortals world had a great suppression on one's cultivation realm, it was only a 6th grade divine general. However, that demonic beast was only at the 6th or 7th rank. If it was outside, why would he need that thing to act tough? Along the way, they had encountered many demons and beasts of the immortals. Wang Tianduo knew that these demons and beasts were tainted by demonic qi. Their bodies were extremely terrifying. With his strength, it was impossible for him to kill a 6th grade divine general. But even if he couldn't defeat it, wouldn't it be easy to break its demonic technique? Boom! A monstrous sword intent flowed and instantly cut the space into pieces. However, even Xia Feng's gunmetal Dao Law was unable to cut the divine tree into pieces. Wang Tianduo clang. The sound of metal suddenly rang out. Although the sword intent seemed fierce, it didn't even leave a mark on the divine tree. All the disciples of the Frosty Moon sect froze and looked embarrassed. Damn, senior brother, we've set up the atmosphere for you. But can't you use more strength to act tough? Isn't this awkward? Humph. I didn't expect this demon to have some tricks up its sleeve. Wang Tianduo's mouth was slightly open. After a while, he snorted and looked down at Han Qingqiu. He saw that she also had a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Her face suddenly turned red. I don't believe that a mere divine general demon can block my sword move. Boom! Unparalleled sword intent began to flow around Wang Tianduo. Around him, traces of wind turned into a vortex that connected heaven and earth. His figure turned into an afterimage. With the divine sword in his hand, he rushed toward the divine tree. Senior brother Wang. So brave! This sword move has the power to destroy everything. Junior brother Feng should kneel down and thank senior brother Wang for his kindness later. The disciples who were originally embarrassed nodded and sighed again. They seemed to have forgotten the sour feeling of being slapped in the face. Buzz! But just as Wang Tianduo's figure appeared in front of the divine tree and his sword was about to land on it, the divine tree suddenly disappeared. As for Wang Tianduo, he had used all his strength in this strike. He had even secretly fed himself a great strength divine pill. Therefore, he didn't have time to withdraw his power. Just like that, with a whoosh, he disappeared into the cave. That's right, he went in with a whoosh. Chapter 539. Gulp. The expressions of the disciples trembled as they watched the divine tree grow out again and seal off the entrance of the cave. They rubbed their eyes hard. Senior brother Wang went in. Did he go in? But how did he go in? Slap. Of course, he went in by breaking the tree. Senior brother Wang. How righteous. Did he go in to save junior brother Feng? But the disciples of the Frosty Moon sect looked at each other. No matter how they thought about it, Wang Tianduo should not be so righteous. However, if the tree was not broken by him, could it be that it broke on its own? That was too unreal, wasn't it? At the peak of the barren mountain, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Wang Tianduo, who had disappeared into the cave. With Xiaofeng's luck, he would not die here so easily. However, it was hard to say what would happen to Wang Tianduo. There was a price to pay for acting tough. I, Ling Xiao, am humble and honest. I hate people who act tough the most. Puff! At the same time, the demonic bear in the cave opened its bloody mouth and was about to pounce on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's clothes were torn and his aura was weak. He was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, there was a flash of light at the entrance of the cave. Then, a white figure came with a sword and stabbed it into the demonic bear's butt. Roar! Wang Tianduo had used all his strength in this attack, and he had also taken some medicine. Therefore, even with the demonic bear's defense, it could not stop him. The strong smell of blood filled the entire cave. Xiaofeng, who was panicking, was stunned. It was Senior Brother Wang? But how did he come in? And at this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly felt guilty. In his eyes, Wang Tianduo was just a bootlicker who bullied others and was full of hostility toward him. However, it seemed that Senior Brother Wang had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although Xiaofeng did not know how Wang Tianduo came in, but Senior Brother Wang, you are righteous and righteous. No wonder you are the light of the righteous path. Before Xiaofeng could ponder for too long, the demonic bear turned around and stared at Wang Tianduo. Gulp! Wang Tianduo's body trembled as he felt a chill in his pants. His entire body went limp and fell to the ground. A divine general was a divine general. It was true that he was a 6th grade divine general. However, this demonic bear was over 10 feet tall, and its demonic aura soared into the sky, especially its scarlet eyes. Wang Tianduo was the personal disciple of the Frost Moon Palace Master, and he was indeed quite famous in the western border. But when had he ever seen such a terrifying magical beast? Of course, the most important thing was that the walk-on had a bad temperament. Otherwise, how could the son of destiny stand out from the masses? Look at Xiaofeng. He's panicking too, but he hasn't peed yet. The son of heaven's mandate had a tenacious temperament. How could ordinary people compare to him? However, no matter what, Wang Tianduo's appearance surprised Xiaofeng. Moreover, since he could break through the divine wood to enter, wouldn't he be able to leave? Bastard! Seeing the demonic bear charging at Wang Tianduo, Xiaofeng materialized a sword in his hand and slashed out furiously. With a flash, he appeared beside Wang Tianduo and pulled him into his arms. Senior Brother Wang, how are you feeling? Xiaofeng frowned slightly, especially the smell on Wang Tianduo's body. It was a little familiar. How am I feeling? Wang Tianduo was in Xiaofeng's arms and his face was pale. I feel great. This was a great loss of face for him. Damn, Senior Brother, you can break through the divine wood? Quick, it's very difficult for the two of us to kill this demonic bear. Quick, break through the divine wood. Let's escape. Xiaofeng had an anxious expression, but Wang Tianduo was slightly hesitant. Then he struggled out of Xiaofeng's arms and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The panic on his face had already disappeared. Junior brother, it's easy to leave, but since I'm here, I'm not here to escape. Why don't we work together to kill this demonic beast? Break through the divine wood? Of course, I can't break through it. Although Wang Tianduo had no idea how he had managed to get in. Wang Tianduo had no idea. Let him out, F***CK. I also want to leave, but I really can't do it. Since I can't leave, I can't lose face in front of this thing. Otherwise, if Junior Sister Han knows about this, how can I maintain my position in the Cold Moon Immortal Palace? This, Xiaofeng turned his head and looked at the demonic bear that was standing in front of them again. He swallowed his saliva. This Senior Brother Wang is indeed righteous. However, even if the two of them worked together, it wouldn't be easy to kill this demonic beast. Qing Qiu must be waiting anxiously outside. Buzz. Ling Xiao walked out from the void and looked at Han Qingqiu and the remaining disciples of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Young Master, A smile appeared on Han Qingqiu's face. She knew that her young master had arrived the moment the godly tree appeared. However, she couldn't understand why her young master didn't waste too much effort to kill Xiaofeng. But why did he keep toying with him time and time again? Although the demonic bear in the cave had a terrifying aura, it would be difficult for it to kill Xiaofeng. Why did young master? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He put his 2 fingers together and drew a line in the air. A ray of sword light shone brightly and pierced through the void, cutting the 2 disciples of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace in half. Inside the cave, Xiaofeng and Wang Tianduo were covered in blood. They looked at the demonic bear that was trembling as it stood up from the ground. Their faces were filled with despair. This demonic bear not only had a powerful cultivation base, but its blood qi was also terrifying. In other words, no matter what kind of attack they used, they couldn't really kill it. Instead, it made the demonic bear even more terrifying. However, just as Xiaofeng's eyes turned cold and he was considering whether or not to use his true trump card, a buzzing sound came from behind him. A ray of sword intent fell like the Milky Way, cutting the divine wood and bringing light. The glaring sunlight shone in, causing the 2 men and the demonic beast to close their eyes. It's broken? Could it be? Qingqiu? After that, Xiaofeng and Wang Tianduo's faces suddenly surged with a wisp of ecstasy as they frantically rushed out of the cave. However, when they saw the young man standing next to Han Qingqiu with his hands clasped behind his back, the 2 of them had different expressions on their faces. However, both of them were slightly surprised. Lord Ling Xiao, Xiaofeng in particular, had a hint of hidden resentment in his eyes. Roar! The demonic bear walked out of the cave and roared at the sky. Its body was covered in blood, but its aura was not weak. The gung metal Dao law was a supreme, killing Dao. Even so, it could not threaten the demonic beast's life. It could be seen that the demonic qi in the immortals world had a terrifying effect on the demonic beast's body. Junior sister Han, run. This demonic beast's defense is too weak. Before Xiaofeng could finish a sentence, Ling Xiao stretched out his finger and chopped down in the air. Unparalleled sword intent surged. In an instant, the demonic bear's head was cut off. Gulp. Chapter 540. Xiaofeng's mouth was wide open as he stared at the massive figure that had crashed to the ground. Originally, he was thinking about how to indulge Wang Tianduo to test Ling Xiao's strength. Obviously, there was no need for that now. In particular, the young man's calm and collected expression made Xiaofeng feel a chill in his heart for no reason. No matter how he looked at it, the 2 of them were not on the same level. In fact, at this moment, Xiaofeng had no doubt that as long as he showed the slightest bit of hostility, Ling Xiao would be able to cut him into 2 with a wave of his hand. Even if he and Han Qingqiu joined forces, they would not be a match for this demon. How could it be? How could he be so strong? No. I must stay calm and not be reckless. I must get all the good fortune in this immortal world and then find a chance to kill him. Xiaofeng's mind was full of thoughts. Finally, he made up his mind to get all the good fortune in this immortal world as soon as possible and then find a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Beep. The destined child has turned into a treasure-hunting beast. His awareness has increased. Congratulations to the host for plundering 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, the smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. So fast. As expected of Go Dao Tianming, Xiaofeng was able to understand his intentions so quickly. Of course, killing Xiaofeng was not difficult for Ling Xiao. But since this guy was reborn, he knew all the good fortune in this immortal world like the back of his hand. Although it would be faster to kill him and search his soul. Don't forget, he was the destined child and had good fortune. Some good fortune could be triggered by him, but others might not. Not to mention, Xiaofeng most likely died in this immortal world in his previous life. So, there might be some good fortune in this immortal world. Give him a little stimulation, a little whipping, and he would kill all the other thoughts in his heart. Then he would focus on being a diligent treasure-hunting beast. Xia Feng, charge! Lord Ling Xiao, you are unparalleled in this world. Such methods truly make me blush with shame. Wang Tianduo's eyes trembled as he bowed to Ling Xiao. He was worthy of being a disciple of the oracle. Who in the entire western border could be a match for the young master's sword finger? Who killed junior brother Zhang and the others? Finally, Wang Tianduo saw the two disciples neatly cut into two at the entrance of the cave. Strangely, he felt that the way these two people died seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Wang Tianduo raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. I know, they must have killed themselves out of shame because they couldn't break the divine tree. Damn! Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, if I incurred the displeasure of the Lord Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I would be cut into two as well. No matter how the two Frosty Moon disciples died, it had nothing to do with him. In this world of immortals, the only way to survive was to lick the Lord Ling Xiao's boots. I, Wang Tianduo, am really a clever little devil. Hearing this, Xia Feng frowned slightly and looked at Wang Tianduo with some surprise. Why is this senior brother so fickle? Just now in the cave, he was clearly so righteous and awe-inspiring. Why did he turn into a dog the moment he saw the Ling Xiao? However, at this moment, Ling Xiao ignored the two of them and walked into the cave. Very quickly, he walked out with a stalk of spiritual herb in his hand. It's a spiritual herb. Not bad. Ling Xiao looked at Xia Feng meaningfully and kept the spiritual herb. Qingqiu, this world of immortals is dangerous. Why don't you follow me? Hearing this, Xia Feng's eyes turned gloomy. His combat strength was indeed not as good as Ling Xiao's. But my woman doesn't need your protection. Lord Ling Xiao, I don't think it's necessary. Xia Feng shook his head and gave Han Qingqiu a look. In Xia Feng's heart, he and Han Qingqiu were true companions and allies. Both of them knew that Ling Xiao was a true demon and worked together to kill him. So Ling Xiao was nothing. Do you think that all the women in this world are greedy for vanity and are afraid of death? Thank you for your kindness, young master. But forget it. Han Qingqiu smiled and Xia Feng's face turned red. He almost screamed in excitement. Well done, my Qiu. This is the woman I love, the woman who is worthy of standing on top of the world with me. Oh, if that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao nodded but did not say anything. He turned around and disappeared. He asked that question just now to make Xia Feng feel relieved about Han Qingqiu. As such, the son of heaven was infatuated with love. For a woman, he would naturally disregard his own safety. After Ling Xiao left, Xia Feng smiled and walked to Han Qingqiu. Qingqiu, slap. Without hesitation, Han Qingqiu slapped Xia Feng's face. Young Master Feng, please pay attention to your status. Yes. Senior Sister Han, let us continue our journey. Not only was Xia Feng not angry, he instead felt that the strength of the slap this time around seemed to be much weaker. As expected, Qingqiu is slowly accepting me. Compared to the fortune of the soul grass, the biggest gain today is the fairy's sincerity. As for Ling Xiao, that Zhangtian Shu should be appearing soon, right? As long as Ling Xiao can be killed with a wave of my hand. The cold moon immortal world was a scene of slaughter. Countless ancient spiritual treasures appeared and attracted everyone to fight for them. Ling Xiao went deeper and deeper, but did not attack again. Now this area was completely contaminated by the demonic qi. And what Ling Xiao wanted to find was the source of this demonic qi. If his speculations were correct, then the 4 border regions had ancient ruins, seals, and ancient sects protecting them. Does this mean that there should be a great demon in this cold moon immortal world? Or a fortune related to the sky demon? Compared to the secret of becoming an immortal, Ling Xiao was more interested in the inheritance of the sky demon. At the same time, Yuan Yao and the rest were also heading deeper into the immortal world. Along the way, Ling Xiao, pure purple Qi Dao body, was very obedient to the princess of the Yuan. There were even a few times when the rest of them were resentful of Yuan Yao's kindness. But in the end, with Ling Xiao's protection, they could only bury their resentment deep in their hearts. For 3 days, the group was attacked by many demonic beasts. But with the benevolent Yuan Yao, those demonic beasts were lucky enough to survive. With Mo Wuya, Ling Xiao, and Yuan Yao walking side by side, more and more geniuses from the immortal world gathered behind the three of them in an attempt to seek protection. On the 4th night, when the group was sitting in a circle in the forest, a rustling sound came from the darkness in the distance. Then a figure in black appeared out of nowhere and looked at the group coldly. "Which one of you is Ling Xiao?" This person had a demonic aura that was very similar to that of the immortal world. Even his cultivation was far superior to the average Western border cultivator. Most importantly, there seemed to be countless demonic beasts following behind the figure in black, surrounding the group in the ancient forest. Damn it! Are these demonic beasts being kept in captivity? Some of the geniuses exclaimed, while Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Kept in captivity? No way. He only ordered his men of sacrifice to take a stroll in the surrounding forest to attract all the demonic beasts. As for the reason, haha, Princess Yao Yao, tonight is for you. Chapter 541. I am. Ling Xiao stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. His white robe fluttered in the wind, dazzling the crowd. Right now, there was no spiritual energy, fluctuation on his body. However, just by standing there was a Taoist rhyme that resonated with heaven and earth. This was probably what the saying, "immortal bones are made by nature," meant. Humph. I heard that you've been making things difficult for the inheritor of the true demon outside. Senior Brother Xiaofeng, since you're here, I'll show you how powerful the demonic sect is. The black-robed youth sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, countless demonic figures stepped out. There were tigers, bears, and some shriveled corpses. Xiaofeng, the demonic sect? Hearing this, many Western border sky pride's expressions changed. Although there was no doubt that Xiaofeng was a demonic sect member now, many people did not expect that there would be Xiaofeng's accomplice in the demonic sect. Oh, Xiaofeng? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a puzzled and surprised expression. Then he nodded slightly and glanced at Yuan Yao. That's right, Xiaofeng is the successor of the true demon. Everyone has the right to kill him. Since you are the true demon's accomplice, you naturally deserve to die as well. With that, Ling Xiao stepped forward. Spiritual light shot up into the sky. However, Yuan Yao grabbed his arm. Brother Xiao, based on what he said, there seems to be a demonic sect in the immortal world. Don't worry. I'd like to see how terrifying these demonic creatures are. Ling Xiao snorted. The ancient sword in his hand glowed with a clear light. Behind him, Mo Wuya took a step forward and stood in front of him. What kind of demonic sect is worth young master's attention? Leave this small fry to me. All of you, follow me and slay the demonic sect. Kill. The Sky Prides channeled their spiritual energy and charged toward the black-robed youth. The demonic beasts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws also stepped forward. They opened their bloody mouths and bit at the crowd. Yuan Yao frowned. She wanted to say something, but stopped. How could she not see that these demonic beasts did not have any intelligence? There was no way to stop them. As for the black-robed youth, Mo Wuya's sword in hand, killing intense shot through the sky. His combat strength was low, but he was still a 4th-grade divine general. The black-robed young man in front of him was also at the 4th rank. If he didn't show off now, when would he? Roar! The deafening roar and the collision of spiritual power resounded loudly. The entire ancient forest was instantly filled with the smell of blood, and severed limbs fell to the ground. These Western border geniuses were not freaks in the first place. Not to mention these devil beasts didn't possess any intelligence, and they'd been toyed with by the black-clothed young man for a long time, causing them to be unbearably ferocious. Within a short period of time, 5 Western Border Heaven's favorites had been torn apart by the demonic beasts and trampled into a pile of mud. On the other hand, Ling Xiao stood in front of the forest with his hands behind his back. His expression remained calm as he watched the genius from Shijiang gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. Sigh. Originally, I did not want to recklessly kill. However, it seems that I have no other choice. Ling Xiao sighed and turned to look at Yuan Yao. Yao, you can understand, right? Yes. It's all that Xiaofeng's fault. Brother, Xiao, clearly let him off several times out of kindness. I didn't expect him to be so unappreciative. Yuan Yao's face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. She clenched her fists tightly when she saw the devil beasts roaring and falling to the ground and the cultivators being bitten into pieces. Brother Xiao, hurry. Stop them. All right. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. He suddenly soared into the sky and pressed down with his palm. It turned into a huge spiritual screen that covered the sky. Boundless, heavenly light illuminated heaven and earth, and there seemed to be a wisp of purple qi mixed within. The entire ancient forest collapsed. Even the mountains and swamps for hundreds of kilometers all trembled and wailed as they collapsed. This spiritual power, many Western Border Heaven's favorites raised their heads and looked at the spiritual screen in horror. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. They knew that Lord Ling Xiao's cultivation level was terrifying and his combat strength was heaven-defying. However, wasn't it said that the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the backlash in the immortal world? Why did young master not seem to be affected at all? Even an ordinary deity overlord wouldn't be able to defend against this palm strike, right? Run, run. Countless Western Border Heavens favorites cried out in alarm. They channeled their spiritual energy and fled in all directions. At the same time, Ling Xiao pressed down with his palm and crushed the space. The forest and the devil beasts were all suppressed underground. Gulp! Heaven and earth fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone looked at the dark valley that suddenly appeared in front of them and swallowed hard. He had killed dozens of divine generals with one palm. Moreover, the devil beast's defense was so strong that even a divine artifact could not break it. But now hiss. There was nothing to say. Young Master Ling Xiao, you're awesome. Where do you think you're going? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were clear and deep. He put 2 of his fingers together and slashed the space like an ancient divine sword. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded. The arrogant, black-clothed youth instantly fell from the sky. One of his arms was neatly severed, and the aura on his body had withered to the extreme. Don't kill me. Time's up. I'll surrender. But just as Ling Xiao stepped forward and walked to the side of the young man in black, the latter's face was suddenly filled with fear. He got up and knelt before Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The Western Border Heavens, favorites around him, shouted angrily. Surrender? You killed so many of our Western Border cultivators. Do you think you can live by surrendering? Lord Ling Xiao, let me do it. Wouldn't killing such an evil spirit dirty your hands? Mo Wia stood beside Ling Xiao and flattered him. No. Young miss, save me. I'm willing to surrender. Give me a chance. The young man in black looked at Yuan Yao with hope in his eyes. This, Brother Xiao, since he's sincerely repentant, shouldn't we give him a chance? Yuan Yao hesitated. She could feel everyone's anger. However, Brother Xiao said that as long as one's heart was good, There was no need to care about others' opinions. What? Princess Yuan Yao. He ordered the demonic beast to kill our western border cultivators. Give him a chance. Who gave those dead disciples a chance? Hearing this, the western border heaven's favorites were dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this princess of Dayuan's brain? It's understandable that you let the demonic beast go. After all, that demonic beast didn't kill anyone. However, this demon sect's disciple killed several western border heaven's favorites. You want to save your life by surrendering? You call this benevolent and kind? Aren't you overflowing with love? It was very sudden. Among these followers, there were many people who adored Yuan Yao. However, when they heard what she said, their eyes were filled with disgust. Beep. The destined daughter is being cursed and hated by others. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Finally, with his persistent support, Ma Li had successfully lost everyone's favor. Do you think this is the end? What a joke. This is just the beginning. Next, she will understand that some pain can never be empathized with. The wishes of all living beings are never the same. Chapter 542. I understand your pain. I understand all of it. I'm also very sad about their deaths. Yuan Yao raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but the expression on her face became even more resolute. She still clearly remembered what Brother Xiao had said. The world was stupid. The truth was always in the hands of the minority. The more they objected to something, the more meaningful it was to do it. All lives were equal. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Why didn't they understand? But is a demon's life not a life? Those senior and junior brothers are already dead. Even if we kill him, can those senior and junior brothers come back to life? Yuan Yao sighed softly. Her tone was filled with determination. This is ridiculous. Princess Yuan Yao, do you mean that all murders in this world can be forgiven? Then what's the point of the laws of the world? A prodigy shouted angrily. However, Yuan Yao shook her head. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end? He kills you, you kill him, and then his senior and junior brothers come to kill you. When will this end? However, if we were to stop here today, wouldn't this endless hatred end? The group of heaven's favorites exchanged glances. The way they looked at Yuan Yao was no longer filled with admiration. Instead, there was a complicated look in their eyes. If not for Lord Ling Xiao, they would have taught this princess of the Yuan how evil this world was and how treacherous people were. What kind and benevolent. Now it seemed that this princess was not the reincarnation of a saint. Instead, she was born stupid. Who taught you such fallacious reasoning and heresy? You were born rich and did not know pain. But what's the difference between this and seeking death? You're trying to reason with a demon and persuade him to change his mind? Are you blind? If not for Lord Ling Xiao, do you think he can change his ways? In the end, what really changed a person was rarely touched. It was more oppression. Moreover, since this demon can change his ways, it means that other demons can do the same. If, before they kill people, we can persuade them to give up on the demonic path and submit to justice, wouldn't that be a good deed? A smile gradually appeared on Yuan Yao's face, especially when she felt the praise in Ling Zhao's eyes. A trace of pride appeared in her heart for no reason. Are you willing to bring us to the demon gate? I am willing. As long as young miss can save my life, I am willing to lead all of you into the depths of the demon sect and slay the demons. The black-clothed youth shouted coldly, and the smile on Yuan Yao's face instantly froze. Kill a group of devils? How can you have such extreme thoughts? We are only going there to have a discussion with the leader of your demon sect and see if we can persuade him to return to the righteous path. Yes, Miss is absolutely right. The black-clothed young man laughed mockingly, but everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao. In the end, it was still the Lord Ling Xiao who had the final say here. With the young master's strength, true demon Xiaofeng and the leader of the demonic sects were not worth mentioning. Even if this demon was disloyal, if he dared to make a move, he probably wouldn't be young master's match. Eat this pill first. I'll help you recover from your injuries. Yuan Yao took out a spiritual pill from her Qingquan pouch and handed it to the disciple. The disciple smiled gratefully and ate the spiritual pill. Then, a wisp of spiritual light appeared around Yuan Yao, and an emerald gem appeared above her head. It emitted a gentle light that enveloped the disciple. The atmosphere in the ancient forest gradually became tense. Since Ling Xiao did not say anything, no one dared to make a ruckus. However, when they saw the evil glint in the disciple's eyes, they didn't know why, but they felt inexplicably uneasy. Mo Wuya, in particular, even had a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He had the heavenly secret Taoist physique, so he could predict good and bad luck. Moreover, he still felt that something was wrong with Ling Xiao's attitude. He seemed to be too nice to Yuan Yao. At first, Mo Wuya thought it was because of love, but later he realized that it wasn't the case. In just a few days, Yuan Yao had fallen from the saintess of heaven in the eyes of the world, a righteous person who cherished the world, to the disdained and hated Holy Mother Teresa. It seemed it was all because of the young master's indulgence and encouragement. In the past, her kindness was compassionate toward the suffering of the world. But now, her kindness no longer differentiated between good and evil. It was so sudden that Mo Wuya panicked. Although he didn't understand why the young master was going through so much trouble. But this trip might be very dangerous. Cough, cough. Young master. I suddenly remembered that I promised a junior martial brother to meet up with him in the immortal world. In the next few days, I was thinking. Mo Wuya smiled awkwardly. He wasn't afraid of the demons that the disciple mentioned. What he was afraid of was the young master. Oh, young master Mo, please do as you wish. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. Mo Wuya suddenly didn't know what to do. That shouldn't be the case. If the young master was plotting something, why would he let him go so easily? Am I overthinking things? If he left now, it would be difficult to return to the young master's side. But if he didn't leave, he would feel uneasy. While Boundless Mo was at a loss, Ling Xiao turned to look at the demonic sect disciple. Since Yao is so benevolent, let's give it a try. You lead the way. If I had known earlier, I would have left behind a few demonic beasts as mounts. Yes, the western borders, sky prides, looked serious. But in the end, they didn't dare to say anything. They followed behind Ling Xiao and Yuan Yao, heading toward Gulinshin. Seeing this, Mo Wuya gritted his teeth. A bright smile appeared on his face again as he chased after Ling Xiao. No matter why Lord Ling Xiao was plotting against Yuan Yao, he was still a disciple of God's emissary. There was no way he would dance with a demon. Could it be related to the Yuan dynasty? Mo Wuya, on the other hand, came from a humble family and was just a loose cultivator. There was no need for the young master to go to such lengths, right? Hee, young master, what demonic beast is worth riding? If you're tired, you can ride me. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. I'll accompany you to finish your business first. Then I'll go look for my junior brother. Mo Wuya moved closer to Ling Xiao and said with a cheeky grin. The group headed west, heading toward the demon gate that the disciple had mentioned. Meanwhile, in the depths of the immortal world, Ling Xiao's main body was coldly looking at a majestic mountain in front of him and a dilapidated ancient palace on top of it. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At this moment, he could feel that there was an extremely strong sealing power in the palace. It was obvious that this was the place where a powerful expert had fallen. The Dark Inyama Sutra was a classic of the ghost clan in the upper realm. It recorded many soul control and corpse refining techniques in detail. Ling Xiao had been traveling through the immortal world for the past few days to do only one thing, and that was to search for ancient corpses and spirits that had fallen in this place. However, to Ling Zhao's slight disappointment, up until now, he'd only found the corpse of a divine king, and it was already in a damaged state. However, the ancient palace in front of him still had remnants of the sealing power. Perhaps there would be some unexpected surprises in it. The ancient palace was surrounded by demonic runes, making it look like the tomb of a divine demon. The ink-like demonic aura gathered in the sky and turned into dark clouds that covered 100 miles of the sky. The walls were densely covered with the marks of time. It stood there, giving off an ancient feeling. Boom! Regardless of whether it was the sealing power or the power of the formation, Ling Zhao naturally could not stop him. However, when his figure appeared in front of the hall, his eyes quietly narrowed. At this moment, the demonic palace was surrounded by demonic beasts and cultivators that had been corroded by demonic aura. There were even a few young people among them who looked somewhat familiar. It was obvious that these people had been attracted by the palace. However, they had not been able to break the seal in the palace and had even been corroded by the demonic aura. Roar! Sensing Ling Zhao's aura, the demonic beast's eyes flickered, and they looked toward him. However, in the face of the demonic beasts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, Ling Zhao did not panic at all. Instead, a hint of mockery flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since you are demonic beasts, you should all submit. Chapter 543. Boom! The surging sky demon will float around Ling Zhao's body. In a short while, it turned into a demonic shadow that was hundreds of feet tall, standing tall in the sky. Endless demonic sounds resounded, and the sky instantly turned dark. At this moment, all the creatures in the immortal world felt a deep fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. The ferocious demons in front of the hall lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Their intelligence had been eroded by the demonic will, but fear was an instinctive emotion. In particular, the demonic will on Ling Zhao's body was 10,000 times more terrifying than the one in the hall. Therefore, the demonic creatures did not have the slightest intention to resist. They could only watch quietly as Ling Zhao walked into the hall. Boom! The moment Ling Zhao's palm touched the stone door of the ancient hall, an evil demonic will instantly surged out and rushed into a sea of soul. Insignificant skill. Ling Zhao snorted coldly and pressed out a hand seal, instantly shattering the door of the hall. At the same time, a demonic power that seemed to have gone through the ages and penetrated the world suddenly descended, like a heavy hammer, fiercely falling on Ling Zhao's head. Clang! Ling Zhao raised his hand, and the demonic aura around him surged. The sound of Taoist principles reverberated for thousands of miles and collided with the demonic power. The entire ancient hall collapsed in an instant. Countless broken walls fell from the sky, smashing many demons in the surroundings into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the sky, but Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, in the midst of the smoke and dust, a tall figure stood quietly. It was dozens of feet tall and was even more majestic than Mion. Moreover, what surprised Ling Zhao even more was that there was no trace of vitality on the demonic shadow at this time. It was as if it had been dead for many years and was just standing there with its obsession. "Who are you?" A sigh full of doubts rang in Ling Zhao's ears like a bell. Immediately after, his eyes narrowed as he saw the majestic figure gradually reveal its true form in the middle of the hall. It was a middle-aged man in black armor. The man's face was square and dignified. He had thick eyebrows and heavy eyes. His long hair flowed down his back, making him look unruly. However, there was no spirit in his eyes. Only a wisp of dim soul light flickered, appearing extremely strange. Ancient barbarian bear battle body, great Tao law. Ling people Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were clear. At this moment, he could feel a devil intent that was extremely similar to his from this tall man. However, His realm had long since been annihilated in the long river of history. Only a wisp of his soul consciousness remained, as if it had an obsession. The aura on your body is very familiar. Which old friend was lucky enough to reincarnate? The tall man's voice was low, without a trace of emotion. That dignified face was clearly filled with surprise. Old friend. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. In the next moment, the devil intent around him was no longer concealed. The world devastator Tao law transformed into heaven and earth destruction. Terrifying, great Tao patterns covered the void. Behind him, the sky demon phantom gradually opened its eyes. A pair of strange black and red eyes revealed the vicissitudes of time. A wisp of primordial indestructible qi quietly circulated, and all the light in the hall was extinguished. You are, sensing the pure and domineering primordial devil intent. The tall demonic figure's body trembled violently. His originally calm eyes finally had a hint of excitement. Master! Boom! The demonic figure knelt on the ground and did not get up for a long time. However, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. I have returned from reincarnation and lost part of my memory. Who are you? Master, I am the demonic bear general, one of the 9 generals of the sky demon, Xiong Huan. Welcome back, Master. The demonic bear, General Xiong Huan, suddenly raised his head. There was a hint of agitation and bitterness in his fierce eyes. It's just that, Master, Xiong Huan can no longer accompany you in conquering the world. Your life force has been extinguished, but your divine soul has not. I can send you back to reincarnation or try my best to help you preserve this trace of divine soul. Ling Xiao frowned. He was somewhat emotional. Another sky demon general. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see countless demonic figures standing in front of a majestic hall that towered in the sky. They were free and arrogant, looking down on everything. However, they were not heartless murderers like the rumors said. If the sky demon was really heartless, why would these demonic generals be so loyal for so long? All schemes were for strength. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao really wanted to see the sky demon hall in its former glory. He wanted to see the countless great demons that stood at the top of the sky and worshipped him as their master. Xiong Huan had already been dead for countless years. Although his physical body did not decay, it was probably because his cultivation was too strong when he was alive. However, in the end, he was dead. Without his demonic might, he was just a walking corpse. Of course, judging from the demonic intent on Xiong Huan's body, even if he no longer had any spiritual power, his physical strength alone was probably not something an ordinary god emperor could contend against. The 9 sky demon generals were originally people who stood at the top of the sky. Even if such people died, they were enough to shock the world. Master, I am willing to use my remnant soul and corpse to fight with you for another lifetime. Sky demon light suddenly bloomed in Xiong Huan's eyes. The shadow of a demonic bear roared into the sky above his head. At this moment, Ling Xiao could clearly feel a terrifying pressure emanating from the corpse that was supposed to be dead. It was even more terrifying than Xing Xin and the others. All right, since you have decided, I will respect your decision. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. The demonic patterns in his hand spread, and a pitch-black ancient saber appeared out of thin air. Then he held it tightly in his hand. In the next instant, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He slashed with the saber. 10,000 rays of demonic light shot into the sky, instantly tearing through the void and slashing toward Xiong Huan. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on the latter's face. His eyes were also calm. In the face of this heavenly punishment, he was incomparably calm. That's right. It was Master's saber technique. The immemorial heavenly punishment killed all immortals and gods. Xiong Huan was still young. As an ancient barbarian, he was massacred by the immortals. That day, the immortals' experts came and killed hundreds of thousands of his family members. Heaven and earth cried, and the world mourned. Those high and mighty immortals and gods were as indifferent as the grim reaper. They set their evil names and harvested lives to their heart's content. Xiong Huan screamed in despair, but he could not compare to a ray of immortal light. Just when Xiong Huan thought that his life had come to an end and that the ancient barbarians had no more life, however, an extremely deep black light pierced through the ages as if it could destroy the universe. In a breath's time, 10,000 immortals died, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. None of the immortals' experts survived. One saber strike killed 100,000 immortals. This demon was the only one in all the worlds. Xiong Huan raised his head and looked at the majestic figure with his hands behind his back in the 9 heavens. The sky demon of the primordial era. He stood in the void with an indifferent look in his eyes. He only asked, "Are you willing to follow me to conquer the 9 heavens and return equality to all races?" Since that day, there was an extra pawn in the Sky Demon Palace called Xiong Huan. During the 100,000 years of conquest, countless immortals died in Xiong Huan's hands. Even the immortal realm masters were killed by Xiong Huan. In the end, he became a demon general, intimidating the clouds and suppressing billions of spirits. He was Demon General Xiong of the 9 great demon generals of the Sky Demon Palace, Huan. Therefore, when he felt the familiar demonic intent on Ling Zhao's body, Xiong Huan smiled from the bottom of his heart. Or rather, he had always believed that the Lord of Heaven and Earth, like Master, would not die. Now Master had returned. Even if he died, what was there to regret? Boom! The heaven-punishing saber, intent, slashed down from the sky and instantly landed on top of Xiong Huan's head. At this moment, a divine light suddenly bloomed in the area 30 feet around him, turning into a barrier that blocked the saber intent. Break! Ling Xiao shouted softly, and countless fine cracks appeared on the golden divine light before it finally dissipated. Roar! Xiong Huan was shocked, and his eyes were filled with joy. Rolling demonic intent rose from his body and dyed the entire sky of the immortal world pitch black. At this moment, countless creatures and cultivators in the immortal world looked up into the distance, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Was this a great demon appearing in the world? Chapter 544. Thank you, my lord. In the ancient palace, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. In front of him, Xiong Huan knelt on the ground, his expression calm. Even though he didn't know exactly how long he had been sealed here, he had no idea how long he had been sealed here. However, the joy of regaining his freedom was really refreshing. Fight! My lord has returned and will definitely turn the heavens upside down. Fight! Immortals are sinister. Only by drinking their blood can the hatred in our hearts be quenched. Fight! Generals of the Sky Demon, have your blood cooled? Fight! In this life, we will replace the blue sky with the demonic sun. This is a 6th grade soul-nourishing pill. It can protect your divine spirit for 3 years. Ling Xiao waved his hand and threw out a pill. Xiong Huan's eyes narrowed slightly. He bowed respectfully and swallowed the pill. Now, I have yet to recover my strength and can't restore your divine spirit. However, don't worry. I have a Ghost Clan Classic that can capture 10,000 souls to restore your soul. Even if you are no longer alive and have no spiritual power, I will find a way to open up another cultivation path for you. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered, and Xiong Huan's eyes were instantly filled with gratitude. My lord, Xiong Huan is only willing to be your vanguard and help you move forward. Even if it's just one step, I will not regret it. You can get up. Do you still remember who it was that sealed you here? Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the distant sky. To be able to seal a demon general here, that person's cultivation couldn't possibly be at the God Emperor level. It was impossible even if he was at the exalt level. However, in the holy state, the highest cultivation level of a divine master was only at the exalt level. Who had suppressed and killed Xionghuan? Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to see the figure of an immortal standing high in the sky and looking down on all living things. That domineering aura was not something a god emperor or exalt could compare to. In his eyes, the divine masters of the holy sect might not even be considered as chess pieces. Evil dragon General Liang Yi had severed his own cultivation and reincarnated countless times to guard this place and hide his identity, just to wait for his return. However, this demonic bear general was obviously suppressed at his peak. Could it be that this world was really just a cage? Or perhaps it was a prison where some people were suppressing the remnants of the sky demon? At the bottom of the 9 heavens was the underworld. Did someone redefine the 6 paths of samsara? In that case, the saint was at most a slave guarding the prison. A slaveholder could suppress an entire realm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a trace of pressure. She was an expert of the immortal clan. Back then, I was ordered to bring Master's remains here. I didn't expect that she would find me and kill me. Xionghuan's expression was cold and filled with despair. To be able to kill you, that person's cultivation. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, his expression grave. This realm is being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The cultivation level of the myriad spirits is no higher than the god emperor. I don't know about that person's cultivation level, but her methods can be said to be terrifying. Master, Xionghuan is useless. Is he still here? This was what Ling Xiao was most concerned about. Once, the person who suppressed Xionghuan was still alive to him. She was an existence more terrifying than the divine master of the saint. As long as a wisp of such a person's divine soul was not destroyed, the current Ling Xiao would not be able to contend with her. Just now, the demonic will on Xionghuan's body was suppressed by the seal, but it could contend with his sky demon true body. It was obvious that even if he had fallen for tens of thousands of years, the strength of this demonic general was still extremely terrifying. I don't know. Xionghuan shook his head, his face full of guilt. Forget it. If he is still here, he probably won't let your divine soul live. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, demonic will surging in his eyes. This world was getting more and more interesting. But if he wanted to uncover the secret of this realm, it seemed that he could only start from the divine master of the saint. Get ready. I want to kill a few people. Yes, master. The entire ancient palace fell into silence. The demonic clouds dissipated, and the world became clear again. But behind this clarity, a demonic figure stood in the sky, hidden in the clouds, quietly waiting for prey to come to him. In the depths of the immortal's world, on the top of a mountain, Xia Feng, Han Qingqiu, and Wang Tianduo stood with their hands behind their backs, looking up at the sky. Junior brother Feng, you said that there's a heaven-reaching fortune here. You're not bragging, right? We have been waiting for a day. Why haven't I seen it yet? Wang Tianduo's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess and sarcasm. Senior brother Wang, just wait patiently. Soon the fortune will appear. Xia Feng's expression was cold, but his eyes were full of undisguised adoration for Han Qingqiu. Although the soul herb was taken away by Ling Xiao in the end, compared to the fortune in front of them, the soul herb was simply not worth mentioning. The wordless heavenly book. One could comprehend the heavenly Tao and deduce the derivation of Tao laws by observing it. If Xia Feng remembered correctly, this heavenly book would appear on the top of this barren mountain on the 7th day after the opening of the immortal's world. Moreover, this book was formed from Tao laws. It would only be left for a day before it dissipated. Comprehending it for one more second was a great fortune for the Western border prodigies. Moreover, this heavenly book would only receive 10 people and transform into 10 futons, from top to bottom. The closer one was to the heavenly book, the clearer the great Tao laws one could comprehend. Therefore, Xia Feng had been waiting here for the heavenly book to appear. As long as he could cultivate the gung metal Dao law to the greater success stage, Ling Xiao could be killed with a wave of his hand. Throughout the history of the Shenzhou state, there were only a handful of people who could reach the greater success stage before the age of 24. Xia Feng had taken advantage of 2 lifetimes, and his Dao laws were flourishing just now. Even so, he was still a top-notch existence among his peers. Half a day should be enough. Moreover, Qingqiu was extremely talented. It was said that she was born with 2 Dao laws. If the 2 of them comprehended together and made progress in all 3 Dao laws, why would they be afraid of Ling Xiao? The true demon's means were indeed terrifying. However, it was most likely that the demonic art he cultivated was extraordinary. As for his own strength in the immortals' world, everyone was a divine general. Xia Feng had never heard of anyone who could fight against a greater success stage Dao law with the body of a divine general. Ling Xiao, you are destined to die here. Humph. Junior brother Feng, you better not be playing with us. Otherwise, Wang Tianduo snorted coldly. However, before he could finish a sentence, he saw a flash of golden light in Xia Feng's eyes. Suddenly, Wang Tianduo felt a chill in the bottom of his heart. At the same time, in the depths of the immortals' world, under an ancient palace on a barren mountain, Yuan Yao, Emouya, and Ling Zhao's purple aura stainless divine body stopped in their tracks and looked at the palace on the mountain peak. Young master, young mistress, this is where the demon gate is. Our leader is in the palace. Behind the 3 of them, the western border geniuses narrowed their eyes. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, they could still feel a demonic aura surging from the mountain peak. They felt very uneasy. Thank you for leading the way. I hope your leader can be like you and abandon the demonic Dao as soon as possible and turn over a new leaf. Yuan Yao smiled beautifully. She didn't realize that the chess game in front of her was set up for her alone. Yes, yes. Young mistress is kind and benevolent. I think our master will be very happy to see you. The Demon Gate disciple grinned, his eyes flashing with a hint of scarlet. Let's go. Bring us to meet your master. Chapter 545. In the main hall of the barren mountain, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and a bright smile appeared on her face. In the next moment, the demonic aura around him surged and turned into layers of clouds, covering his face and body. Outside the main hall, Yuan Yao and the others all had a trace of fear on their faces. Even though Ling Xiao was with them, they still felt an inexplicable fear. In front of the main hall, countless demons were prostrating on the ground, staring at them with bloodshot eyes. The demonic aura exhaled from their noses, and mouths carried a strong stench. Gulp. Inexplicably, many of the western border geniuses felt a tinge of regret. Entering the demonic nest and persuading the demons to do good? Wasn't he courting death? Young master, young mistress, our master is in the main hall. The black-robed young man pointed at the main hall in the distance. His originally stooped body suddenly straightened. Okay, brother Xiao. Yuan Yao's face was also a little pale, especially when she felt the majestic demonic aura in this place. Her originally benevolent heart seemed to have wavered. It's okay. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled warmly, his eyes full of encouragement. Hearing this, Yuan Yao's originally hesitant heart became determined. No matter how difficult it is, Brother Xiao will always be by my side. That is my motivation. Moreover, in the immortal world, the cultivation of all living beings is suppressed to the divine general realm. Who can be Brother Xiao's match in this realm? Brother Xiao is invincible in this realm. With Brother Xiao around, all enemies will be defeated. Princess Yao requests to fight. Damn it, I actually hesitated just now. If Brother Xiao knows, he will be disappointed in me, right? Okay. Finally, Yuan Yao took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She lifted her feet and walked toward the main hall in the distance. Behind her, the Western Border geniuses swallowed hard. Although they were reluctant, they did not dare to stay outside the main hall. They followed closely behind Yuan Yao and Ling Xiao and walked into the main hall. Boom! When everyone had stepped into the ancient palace, the originally open door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Some of the more timid geniuses from the Western Border trembled in fear and almost peed on the spot. Sob, sob, sob. It's too scary. I want to go home. There must be something wrong with my head. I can't believe I came to such a place. Let me out. Let me out. Shut up. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, his voice filled with anger. When they saw the white-clothed figure standing in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, the panic in everyone's eyes dissipated a little. At this moment, Lord Ling Xiao seemed to have become the only thing they could rely on. What are you shouting for? With the Lord Ling Xiao here, no demon would dare to cause trouble. Mo Wuya took the opportunity to shout. He then looked at Ling Xiao with a flattering smile. Young master, what should we do next? Who is it that disturbed my slumber? Right at this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded out from above the hall. Everyone's expression turned serious as they looked up. They saw that the originally pitch-black ancient palace suddenly lit up with layers of blood-red light. A skinny figure sat above the hall. Beside him stood a terrifying demonic figure that was several meters tall. The appearance of a great demon set the atmosphere just right. Now it was time to show off. I, Ling Xiao, might not be the Tianming, but I'm not allowed to show off, right? Gulp. Looking at the two figures shrouded in demonic aura, the Western Border sky prides trembled even more violently. But what can I do? I want to turn around and run away, but they've already closed the door. If I run now, wouldn't it be disrespectful to these two demonic seniors? You're the leader of the demonic sect here in the immortal world. Yuan Yao clenched her teeth and mustered her courage. She took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. Since she was the one who suggested this trip, wouldn't she be letting Brother Xiao down if she backed out now? You've done well. Ling Xiao sat in the hall with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy. To be able to receive praise from a person of the Devil Dao, this special honor was indeed somewhat precious. I haven't even said anything yet, and this senior is already moved by my righteous act? But before Yuan Yao could be happy for too long, the black-clothed youth beside her bowed. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Before Yuan Yao could react, a cold light flashed in the youth's hand. He was about to charge at Yuan Yao. Yao, or be careful! Ling Xiao shouted coldly and took a step forward. Spiritual light flashed on his palms and turned into a spirit wheel. He smashed it on the head of the demonic sect disciple. Pucci! A thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. Everyone looked at the black-clothed youth with a cold dagger in his hand. Their eyes were filled with fear. Conspiracy! This was the smell of a conspiracy. Did he deliberately trick all of them to come here? Fortunately, young Masterling Zhao's divine might was unrivaled, with the strength to uproot mountains and the vigor of dragons and tigers. Otherwise, Princess Yuan Yao would have probably died from that strike just now. Yuan Yao's delicate body trembled and her face became paler. How could she not feel that something was amiss? It was obvious that they had fallen into a trap. But why? She had sincerely asked the demonic sect disciple to turn over a new leaf and even gave him pills to heal his injuries. How could he deceive her? All the thoughts of the saints came from their hearts. In their eyes, evil did not exist in this world. All the misfortune was because they did not meet her. They firmly believed that love could change everything. But in the end, the only one who could change was themselves. Beep. The destined woman's Tao heart is unstable. Her heart is filled with fear. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points, and 5,000 villain points. This senior. What do you mean? Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with tears. She looked up at the demonic figure in the hall. She did not hide the grievance in her voice. The righteous path and the demonic path are two sides. You kill the demonic sect, and I kill everyone in the world. What's wrong with that? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He did not expect the Princess of Diyuan to still be so pitiful. A flower that grew in a greenhouse lacked the toughness of wind and rain. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Kill them all. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Xiong Huan, who was beside him, suddenly took a step forward. Endless demonic aura surged, and countless strange phenomena appeared in the void. It was as if a peerless demon had come from the ancient times and was looking down on everyone. At this moment, all the sky prides of Shijiang felt their scalps go numb. Everything below their heads turned cold. No, don't. Lord Ling Xiao, save me. A mournful and hesitant roar suddenly resounded, and Yuan Yao's feet even trembled, almost collapsing to the ground. If everyone died here today, then she, Yuan Yao, would be the main culprit. This sin caused the Princess of Diyuan to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Why? She wanted to save people, but she ended up harming them? Don't be afraid. Ling Xiao supported Yuan Yao with a warm smile on his face. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he resolutely rushed toward the demonic figure. Chapter 546. Young Master is mighty. Young Master is domineering. Young Master is unparalleled in the world. Looking at the white-robed figure with a leisurely and vigorous aura, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the prodigies. Although that demon did look a little impressive. Lord Ling Xiao was the role model of our generation, the disciple of the divine envoy, the #1 in the western border, an invincible divine general. As long as he could kill these two demons, wouldn't this disaster be over in an instant? What are you crying for? Smile for me. Cheer for me. Lord Ling Xiao was unparalleled in the world. However, just as the prodigies were excited and their hearts were rekindled with hope, the demon suddenly stretched out his hand and turned it into a big seal, grabbing Ling Xiao in his palm. Pucci. It was quite sudden. The awe-inspiring Lord Ling Xiao suddenly spat out blood, and his aura weakened. Before the demon could exert any strength, he lost all his vitality. Xiong Huan sneered and placed Ling Xiao's corpse on the ground respectfully. He looked up at the prodigies. Seeing this scene, the excitement on the faces of the heavens' prides froze before it could dissipate. He was dead? What happened to the invincible young master? This was especially true for Yuan Yao. At this moment, her beautiful face was completely devoid of color. Her delicate body went limp and finally collapsed onto the ground. Brother, Ling Xiao! A heart-wrenching cry sounded instantly. At this moment, Yuan Yao's heart felt as if it had fallen into a cold lake. Despair, pain, and despair. She hated it. She hated that demon sect disciple for deceiving her. She also hated that the world was unfair. A good person died while a demon was free. Her brother Ling Xiao was so righteous, warm and righteous, but in the end he ended up like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother Ling Xiao. It's all my fault. My beloved brother Ling Xiao, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yao. I'll go down to accompany you soon. If there's an afterlife, let's not be so kind, okay? Beep, destined daughter's Bodhi Dao heart has been shattered. Congratulations to host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. I'll kill myself, and I'll ask you if you want to show off? Do you think that I'm doing everything possible to make Su Yao fall in love with me and rely on me because I'm benevolent? You're wrong. I just wanted her to understand the pain of personally destroying the love of her life. There is nothing wrong with your kindness. But your kindness has no bottom line. That's wrong. But do you think the plot ends here? Do you think this is hell? You're wrong again. I'll tell you, there are 18 levels of hell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and Xiong Huan immediately stepped forward. Without any effort at all, he slapped each of the Shijiang children into a pile of mud. Mo Wia was the only one who stood there, trembling. He watched as Xiong Huan passed by him, but he didn't make a move. He can't see me, he can't see me. Mo Wia prayed madly in his heart, but his heart was also filled with doubts. He knew that this trip would be dangerous, but the source of the danger was Lord Ling Xiao, not the demons. But why did the young master die so easily? It shouldn't be. But with his experience, he couldn't imagine that there was such a thing as an avatar in this world. So, Mo Wia made up his mind. He was going to lick someone else's boots. There was no way he could turn the tables. If he couldn't win, he should just surrender. What was there to hesitate for? Plop! Demon Lord, you're mighty! Mo Wia knelt on the ground and wriggled to Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed, then kowtowed. Oh, you want to become a demon too? Ling Xiao looked at him with a playful expression. He was getting more and more interested in this destined child. He originally thought that no one in the Xingzhou could be Xiafeng's opponent, but now it seemed that Mo Wia's treachery was on another level. Xiafeng's treachery was to endure and pretend to be weak. He would endure all kinds of bullying and disdain, but he would never resist. Even the slightest movement could make him break out in cold sweat. That was why Ling Xiao had sent Han Qingqiu to stay by his side. She wanted to provoke him into acting tough, seeking death, and searching for opportunities instead of just running away. On the other hand, Mo Wia's treachery was much simpler. I'll lick whoever is stronger. I'm a happy bootlicker. But no bootlicker in this world was innocent. Their fates wouldn't be too happy. Become a demon? Mo Wia was obviously stunned. But when he sensed the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes, he nodded like a pile driver. Yes, yes, yes. Becoming a demon is good. Becoming a demon is wonderful. I'll be free and unrestrained. I can roam the world and rivers under my feet. That Ling Xiao was known as the most talented immortal in the western border, but he was still crushed to death by the demon lord's subordinates. I want to become a demon. My magic power is boundless. Please, Demon Lord, take me with you. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded with a smile and walked toward the palace. But just when Mo Wia thought that Ling Xiao was going to do something to him, Ling Xiao walked past him and went toward Yuan Yao. They're all dead. They're all dead. Why? Why did things turn out like this? This wasn't my intention. I didn't want to cause your deaths. Big Brother Ling Xiao, was I really wrong? Big Brother Ling Xiao, please comfort Yao. At this moment, Yuan Yao's mind had completely collapsed. Blood from the corner of her mouth dyed her golden robe red. Her tears fell silently. She wasn't afraid of death. She was only afraid if today's matter were to spread, how would the world view her? She was a saint. Her reputation was much more important than her life. No, this is all fake. It must be fake. Yuan Yao screamed in pain. Her originally beautiful face was completely distorted. There was even a trace of blood in her eyes. You're so beautiful when you open your eyes. How could this be fake? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Demonic mist covered his celestial face. He reached out and pinched Yuan Yao's face, forcing her to turn her head to look at the meat patties on the ground. Look at them. They died so miserably. These people died because of your foolish kindness. At this moment, this woman of destiny still had 1,000 points of providence left in her body. Killing her now would be as easy as flipping his hand. But this light and heat had to be unleashed to the extreme. Only then would she have the right to die. No, no, I didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't me. Yuan Yao's voice was filled with despair. Tears fell from her eyes. It was you. If it wasn't for your kindness, How could I have used a chess piece to wipe out all of you Western frontiers geniuses in one fell swoop? It's all thanks to you, Princess Yuan Yao. You helped me. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Yuan Yao cried so hard that she didn't have any strength left. She let Ling Xiao hold her and play with her as he wished. She even seemed to have forgotten that she was also a peerless genius of the 5th stage divine general. She didn't even resist. Beep. The woman of destiny has the will of life and death. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 points of providence and 5,000 points of villain. Her Taoist heart was shattered and she wanted to die. It's about time to harvest this leek. Kill you? Do you want to die so badly? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The demonic light around his body suddenly dissipated, revealing a handsome face that was as handsome as an immortal. Gulu? Chapter 547. You! The sadness on Yuan Yao's face instantly froze. She stared blankly at the face that appeared in front of her, unable to react for a moment. Is this an illusion? Yao! Your mistake is that you shouldn't trust others so easily. You shouldn't believe that everyone has good intentions. There's no good or evil in this world. It's just that people's desires and desires are different. People's sadness and joy are not connected. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes deep. The despair on Yuan Yao's face had reached its peak. Puffed. Yuan Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in her eyes finally disappeared completely. There's no good or evil in this world. So the clown is actually me? It's rare to meet in life, and in the blink of an eye it's misty rain again. Brother Xiao, I don't blame you. It's my fault. I shouldn't have loved you. There are 80,000 words in the world. Love is indeed the most hurtful word. The background music started. Your love made me drunk, but you didn't say anything. Beep. The destined woman has lost all hope. Her heart meridians have been broken. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Beep. The destined woman has lost her luck. If you kill her now, you will receive the final reward. Peace in the world. This wish is too difficult to fulfill. When people have desires, there will be disputes. But if you want to die, I will help you fulfill it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the demonic saber in his hand stabbed into Yuan Yao's heart, instantly shattering the Bodhi Dao heart. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Reward. Destiny forging points increased by 2%. 1 chance to perfect cultivation technique. 1 chance to perfect Dao law. 1 luck plundering talisman. Perfect cultivation technique? Perfect Dao law? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, kept his saber, and stood up. System. Perfect world annihilator Dao law. The system was silent for a long time as if it was calming down. Finally it said in a low voice, the world annihilator Dao law does not exist in the heavenly Dao. It can only be perfected by completing 80 Dao laws. Please choose another Dao law. 80 Dao laws? Then what realm would it be to complete 99 Dao laws? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. As expected, there are other grades above the perfected Dao law. What benefits does the perfected Dao law bring to the world devastator Dao law? 20 Dao laws have reached perfection, allowing the world devastator Dao law to reach the prominent stage. I see. Massacre Dao law perfection. As for the cultivation method, after pondering for a moment, Ling Xiao finally chose the Ghost Clan scripture, the Dark Yin Yama scripture. The ancient soul assimilation technique was a forbidden technique, but it was somewhat similar to the Yama scripture. As for the Xiantian ancient scripture, he had already reached the 3rd level and had spent hundreds of thousands of villain points. Now that he had reached the 3rd level, it was not worth it. However, Ling Xiao had never cultivated this upper realm classic. All he did was observe it, since it was regarded as an inherited classic by the upper realm's ghost clan. Its power was naturally terrifying. Moreover, if Ling Xiao wanted to capture 10,000 souls and make up for Xiong Huan's fragmented soul, he would have to study this secret art. Buzz. Following a buzzing sound, an unparalleled killing intent circulated around Ling Xiao's body. At the same time, a wisp of extreme and evil intent quietly filled the entire hall, causing Mo Wuya's face to turn extremely pale. Demon Lord, you are unparalleled in this world. Your saintly aura is simply terrifying. Demon Lord, when will I be able to obtain your true teachings and cultivate 1/10,000th of your domineering aura? At this moment, Mo Wuya did not see Ling Xiao's true appearance. However, since this demon did not kill him, he probably liked being licked by others. Master was right. Everything in this world is illusory. Flattery is the only thing that will not work. As long as I lick it well, I will be invincible in this world. If I lick one person, I'll be a dog. If I lick 10,000 people, I'll be a wolf. If I lick 10,000 people, I'll be a wolf. I don't really care if I suck up to you or not. I'm just relying on this demon lord's valiant demeanor. Oh, which eye of yours saw that I'm a demon? At this moment, the purple aura pure Dao Physique, who was lying on the ground with no vitality, suddenly stood up and looked at Mo Wuya with a faint smile. Gulp. Mo Wuya inexplicably felt a wisp of coldness enter his body from the top to the bottom of his feet. Even at this moment, when he looked at that handsome smile, his heart stopped beating for a single breath. A corpse came to life. No, it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Could it be Mo Wuya slowly turned around and looked at the figure in the distance whose demonic aura had dissipated. His eyes were filled with fear, shock, and an indescribable fear. It can't be, right? Could it be that this scene was put on by Lord Ling Xiao and that demon? But wasn't he a disciple of the Holy Church? How could he collude with an evil demon? When he saw that similarly handsome face looking at him, Mo Wuya's body trembled. He staggered a few steps and finally sat down on the floor of the hall. Beep. The destined child is in fear. His Tao heart is unstable. Excessive adrenaline secretion, commonly known as scared to the point of peeing. Congratulations to the host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Mo Wuya fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seemed that he had suddenly discovered an incredible secret. Lord Ling Xiao actually had a twin brother who looked exactly the same. Moreover, this brother of his was a great demon. But why? With the strength of these two people, if they wanted to kill Yuan Yao and a group of ants from the western border, wouldn't it be easy? Was there a need to go through so much trouble and put on such a show? How much hatred and enmity did they have? Look at Princess Yuan Yao. Before she died, she wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Also, did they even toy with the Holy Church's divine envoy? Now that I've witnessed everything, brothers, do I still have a chance of surviving? Young Master Mo, who did you say was the demon? Ling Xiao smiled. Clear light flowed on his pure purple Qi Dao body, and Taoist rhymes were naturally formed. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an immortal young master of the chaotic world, a righteous and handsome man. However, he was also somewhat surprised at this moment. Young Master Mo, I haven't even started to toy with you, and you've already lost 1,000 luck points? That's good. You saved me a luck plundering talisman. Slap. Mo Wuya didn't hesitate at all and directly slapped himself. What demon? Young Master, what are you talking about? How did Princess Yuan Yao die? What is going on? Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face lit up with a smile. This Mo Wuya's reaction was quite fast. Ordinary people in the heavenly mandate realm were born with pride and would never admit defeat. However, this Mo Wuya was so soft. There was no need to pinch him at all. He would just lie down on his own. Even so, since young Master Mo wants to become a demon, I'll give you a chance. Open your soul, see. What? Yes. Mo Wuya didn't dare to hesitate at all. He obediently opened his soul sea and looked like he was ready to be plucked. Dignity, righteousness, and Taoist techniques were nothing in front of his life. Now, he discovered Lord Ling Zhao's biggest secret. It was a secret that was enough for the Holy Church to destroy the entire Ling people. However, he couldn't beat them, and they were brothers working together. It seemed like he could only join them. With young Master Ling Zhao's methods, all he had to do was casually play a few tricks, and Yuan Yao's death would be blamed on him. In that case, what was the difference between a true demon and a false demon? I choose to live. Buzz. Ling Zhao's lips curled up into a smile. A wisp of demonic light turned into a spiritual spiral and entered Mo Wuya's soul sea. Mo Wuya felt his entire body turn cold. His aura was actually somewhat demonic. Chapter 548. Go. Spread the news that you're a demon and killed Yuan Yao. Then, I want you to do something for me. Ling Zhao's eyes were calm, and the purple qi, stainless Tao body suddenly disappeared. Young master, how should I address you? Mo Wuya's eyes narrowed. In his eyes, someone who could deceive the holy sect's divine envoy couldn't possibly be a demon. Therefore, the one who disappeared just now should be Ling Zhao. The person in front of him was either Ling Zhao's twin brother or younger brother. But you said that the chance to become a demon is to tell everyone that I'm a demon? I joined you because I didn't want to be your scapegoat. But now you're asking me to take the blame? And I have to do it myself? Mo Wuya felt a chill in his heart when he thought of his ability to deceive others. But what can I do? That demon must have set something up on me just now. Even with Mo Wuya's current strength, he couldn't tell what was wrong with that technique. It was as if it was a type of demon that could change his aura. But how could this demon's technique be so simple? If he did something that displeased the demon, he would die on the spot. No, he would definitely explode on the spot. Young master. Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows, causing Mo Wuya's face to turn pale. Master. Go. Remember what I told you. Go hunt down the Western Border's geniuses and spread the word about your demon name. Then go hunt her. Ling Zhao nodded calmly, but Mo Wuya's face flashed with hesitation. Master, to be honest, with my strength, killing her doesn't seem to be possible. Don't worry. I'll send someone to help you. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. Mo Wuya felt as if he'd been pardoned and rushed out of the palace. Master, do you want me to follow him? Xiong Huan walked to Ling Zhao's side and asked in a low voice. With his strength, he could naturally tell that what Ling Zhao had placed on Mo Wuya's body was not a soul imprint, but a demonic imprint. Furthermore, with Mo Wuya's temperament, he might not have truly submitted. If he were to go out and spread rumors, Master would be in danger. After all, the Sky Demon Palace had fallen apart. This piece of land now belonged to the ancient God clan and the Immortal clan. Once the news of his lord's return reaches those bastards, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. No need. Ling Zhao shook his head. It was true that he did not plant a soul imprint on Boundless Mo. The reason for that was because once he did that, his luck would freeze. A puppet that obeyed all orders. How could it plunder fate? Moreover, sometimes acting required expressions, thoughts, and subjective awareness. Only then would it seem real. Otherwise, he might not be able to fool others. Those who could enter the secret realm were all geniuses with sharp minds. Ling Zhao had many death warriors who were willing to go through water and tread on fire at any time. However, don't forget that Mo Wuya's Tao was exquisite. If he were to say it himself, more people would be willing to believe him. As for the soul imprint or not, given Mo Wuya's temperament, the more he could not find the abnormality in Mo Wuya's soul, the more he would feel that things were not as simple as they seemed. Moreover, no one had been able to walk out of the immortal world so easily. Kikik. It was said that all the villains laughed like this. Under the barren mountain, Mo Wuya frowned and checked his own soul again and again. However, The more he looked, the more fear he felt. At this moment, he did not find any abnormalities in his soul. Apart from that demonic light that contained a sinister aura, it seemed that his soul was still his? But how was that possible? He had discovered Ling Xiao's biggest secret. How could Ling Xiao let him go so easily? There must be a reason for this abnormality. This Ling Xiao's methods were actually so terrifying. He could control someone's life without leaving any traces behind. However, on second thought, Mo Wuya felt relieved. This kid even dared to scheme against the holy sect's divine envoy. Wouldn't he be courting death if he didn't have any real abilities? Inexplicably, boundless Mo suddenly felt that life was very difficult. Did I tell someone that I killed Yuan Yao? Am I a demon? I just wanted to lick the boots of a strong expert and obtain his protection. Then I could walk to the peak step by step. Why did the plot suddenly go wrong? In the depths of the immortal world, on top of a tall mountain, suddenly immortal clouds covered the horizon, forming thousands of miles of auspicious clouds. The sound of Tao laws reverberated through the sky. Vaguely, a golden decree appeared. Tao patterns appeared on it, evolving into endless mysteries. Mountains, rivers, and seas, divine rivers, ancient trees, immortal palaces, and divine shadows. They overlapped endlessly. It was like a picture scroll, but also like the continuation of an era. It appeared. At the peak of the mountain, Xia Feng looked up at the ancient scroll with an excited expression. His eyes were filled with greed. Although there were many changes in the plot in this life, fortunately, these destinies had not changed. As long as he had this heavenly scroll, he was confident that the Gung Metal Dao Law would definitely reach the greater mastery stage. A greater mastery Dao Law. In the Shengzhou, many God Emperors had yet to comprehend a Dao Law, let alone reach the greater mastery stage. In fact, Xia Feng thought that as long as he could successfully complete this small goal, he would be invincible in the immortal world. The Gung Metal Dao Law was the Dao of killing. It was extremely fierce and could split the sky and earth. Even if Ling Xiao had many tricks up his sleeve, he would never expect that he would be a peerless genius who had reached the greater mastery stage. Not to mention, Han Qingqiu was standing beside him. Given Qingqiu's talent, as long as the two of them reached the peak, she would be invincible in this world. I, Xia Feng, have restarted my life and encountered difficulties, but from now on, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and slay the great demon for the world. Look, what is that? In the immortal world, countless western border sky prides looked at the golden, heavenly scroll in the distance with shock in their eyes. Wherever the golden light shone, the demonic aura dissipated and the grass and trees were rejuvenated. Spiritual curtains rippled in all directions, turning into rays of light and dispelling the darkness in the immortal world. A divine artifact has appeared. A divine artifact has appeared. Could this be the secret to becoming an immortal in the immortal world? Countless figures began to run wildly and converge towards the mountain. At the same time, Ling Xiao stood in front of the demonic palace and looked into the distance. Especially at this moment, the Tao insight contained within the golden heavenly book caused a trace of surprise to rise in his eyes. This is, my lord, this decree is the result of the collapse of a supreme great immortal artifact. It is called the Wordless Heavenly Book. It contains the great Tao runes. By observing them, one can deduce the laws of Tao. It is also the method used by that person to seal this world. Xiong Huan stood behind Ling Xiao and explained in a deep voice, "Immortal artifact." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The Shengzhou spiritual treasure was merely a Tao artifact. The so-called divine treasure was just a general term for a higher grade of spiritual treasure. Obviously, the immortal artifact that Xiong Huan mentioned was above a Tao artifact. That's right. Master, do you want me to slaughter all the living beings in this world so that you can observe in peace? Xiong Huan's expression was calm, but his words were filled with tyrannical ferocity. Chapter 549. There's no need for that. Ling Xiao shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Regardless of whether it was him or Xiong Huan, they were essentially demons and villains. Therefore, they might not be able to find the fortune in the immortal world. In any case, these little leaks were about to lose all of their luck. He could kill whoever he wanted with a wave of his finger. But before that, he still needed these people to do their best to find out where the fortune was. Their deaths would only be valuable if they were used to the extreme. For some reason, Ling Xiao had a feeling that the sky demon Truebone that Xiong Huan had been guarding might not have been taken away from this place. A person who could refine the fortune to become an immortal should not be from this world. It was not a coincidence that the Cold Moon Celestial Palace had stayed here for hundreds and thousands of years. It was more like a mission. Moreover, the demonic aura in this world was so turbulent that it made one's mind surge. You can cultivate in the realm. In the end, Ling Xiao put Xiong Huan into the realm and walked toward the mountain where the heavenly book appeared. Deducing the Tao laws? Wonderful. I, Ling Xiao, would like to congratulate everyone in advance. I hope that all of you will be able to obtain the Tao laws and become demonic geniuses. In this way, you can comprehend the Tao laws, and I can comprehend yours. Wouldn't that save me a lot of trouble? At this moment, a red-clothed figure stood at the foot of the mountain with her hands behind her back. Her exquisite figure was graceful and elegant. What was more shocking was that this person's cultivation did not seem to be at the divine general realm. It was much more terrifying. The heavenly book has appeared. The relic should be nearby. Senior sister, don't worry. I will fulfill your wish. I will take that step and completely suppress the demonic beings. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. In just 2 hours, the mountain peak was filled with people. Almost half of the western border geniuses in the immortal world had gathered there. As the heavenly book slowly unfolded, the Tao intent was melodious and developed into a sea of stars. Above the void, 10 divine pillars turned into prayer mats. From high to low, they divided the threshold. Obviously, the closer one was to the heavenly book, the clearer the great Tao laws one could comprehend. Seeing this, many geniuses' eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, how could they not feel a trace of the mighty power of the great path contained within the heavenly book? Only by comprehending the Tao laws would one be able to truly be considered a demon-level genius. Junior Sister Han, let's join hands and occupy the 2 highest seats. Xia Feng turned his head and looked at Han Qingqiu. His tone was serious. Even though he had been waiting here for a long time, he had still underestimated the speed of the crowd. But so what? His and Han Qingqiu's strength was at the top of the western border. Other than Chu Tiancheng, Yuan Yao, and Mo Wei, who else in the immortal world could match him? Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not here yet. Moreover, according to the memories of his previous life, as long as he stepped onto the praying mat, he would be protected by the power of Tao. He would be able to deduce the Tao law in peace and would not be disturbed by anyone. As such, even if Ling Xiao came later, it would be useless. More importantly, though there were many heaven's favorites here, none of the people he feared were here. Seriously, the heavens are helping me. What about me? Wang Tianduo frowned. A hint of resentment and anger faintly flashed through his eyes. Junior brother Feng, you're too arrogant. You're ignoring me, aren't you? You? Oh, right, senior brother Wang. You haven't comprehended the Tao laws yet. So, why don't you help us block the crowd and lend junior sister Han and I a hand? Xiao Feng frowned. To be honest, since he had seen Ling Zhao's combat strength, Wang Tianduo was useless. Moreover, he had also seen that Wang Tianduo was useless. Moreover, this person kept making things difficult for him. If not for Han Qingqiu, Xiao Feng would have taken action to teach this arrogant senior brother a lesson. What did you say? Wang Tianduo was stunned and looked at Xia Feng in disbelief. F***CK. Junior brother Feng, you're too arrogant. You're courting death. Who the hell do you think you are? You actually want me to be your shield? Are you sure you're not mistaken? What? Senior brother Wang, you don't agree? Xia Feng raised his eyebrows and looked indifferent. As long as, if he could comprehend the Tao laws, even Ling Xiao would be nothing, let alone Wang Tianduo. Qingqiu, don't you like domineering geniuses? If you like it, I'll do my best. Ha ha ha, junior brother Feng. Although I don't know where you get your courage from, I think junior sister Han and I should choose first. As for you, before Wang Tianduo could finish a sentence, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait a minute. Does this mean that he has comprehended the Tao laws? Suddenly, there was the sound of wind whistling. A young man in a golden robe suddenly flew out from the crowd and landed on the highest futon. Ha ha ha. Since everyone is embarrassed, I, Qi Dongqiu, will take the first futon. What? It's the Crown Prince of Daki. Damn it. Countless geniuses were stunned and hesitant. Although Qi Dongqiu was not the top genius in Xinjiang, he was still a fourth-grade divine general. Furthermore, his identity was destined to make many people apprehensive. Among the 8 dynasties, no one came except for the Qin, Xia, and Zhou dynasties. In the entire immortal world, there were only 5 people who had the title of Crown Prince. Moreover, Daki dynasty was one of the top 4 dynasties, so it was fine to secretly fight for the fortune. But there were not many who dared to attack Daki's crown prince in front of countless Xinjiang people. But just as Qi Dongqiu's figure was in midair, a ray of golden light suddenly pierced through the sky and landed on his body with an unparalleled force. Puchi! Suddenly, the figure that was originally soaring in the air split into 2 halves. Blood rained down from the sky along with his internal organs. It was a shocking scene. Someone actually dared to kill the crown prince. Countless geniuses from Xinjiang turned to look at the crowd with cold eyes. That strand of golden light just now was extremely bright and filled with Tao intent. It was obvious that a genius with the Tao laws had made a move. But in the entire Xinjiang, there were only a few people who had comprehended the Tao laws. Could it be Han Qingqiu? Everyone looked over and saw Han Qingqiu's indifferent expression. She did not speak. Beside her, Wang Tianduo's mouth was slightly open and his body was slightly trembling. Xia Feng's sword was extremely fast. Even with his cultivation level, he could only see a ray of golden light. Then Daki's crown prince, who stood out, was split in half. Moreover, for some reason, the golden light just now felt somewhat familiar, no matter how one looked at it. Hiss! The Tao law of aged metal. That was the Tao law of aged metal. Wind? Seal? The Tao law of aged metal? A divine general. Suddenly, Wang Tianduo swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xia Feng. But how could it be? How could junior sister Han be on the same side as a demon? Except for him, there were no other geniuses who had comprehended the Tao law of aged metal in the entire Xinjiang. Hee, everyone. I also want the first and second futons. Would you be willing to part with them? Xia Feng smiled faintly and walked in front of Han Qingqiu, blocking all the gazes for her. That's right. This is the feeling. Everyone, are you ready? I'm going to start acting tough. Chapter 550. What? You? What right do you have to take 2 futons? That's right. Where did this arrogant young man come from? Do you really think we're afraid of you? The West Border geniuses looked at the young man in front of Han Qingqiu with anger. What? Who is this guy? Why does he look so unfamiliar? But he even dared to kill the crown prince of Daki. Is he not a fool? Therefore, while everyone was cheering, no one dared to take a step forward. After all, the strong were afraid of the foolish. Of course, the 10 futons belonged to the strong. Han Qingqiu, and I will take the first 2. Does anyone have a problem with that? Xia Feng snorted. His white robe was cold. The ancient sword in his hand was overflowing with golden light, shattering the surrounding space and emitting an extremely sharp aura. Han Qingqiu. Everyone's eyes hardened when they heard this. They glanced at the crown prince of Great Qi, who was scattered all over the ground. Finally, they violently clenched their teeth and turned their heads to look at the third praying mat. No matter who this young man was, his strength was above that of a divine general, and Han Qingqiu was a famous, peerless genius in the West Border. In the immortal world, spiritual energy was suppressed, but the power of Taoist principles was not affected. Therefore, if these two wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. Instead of fighting for a seat with them, why not save time and mess with others? Junior Sister Han, please? Sensing everyone's fearful gazes, Xia Feng's figure became even straighter. Indeed, since ancient times, pretentious men have attracted many beauties. Beauties love pretentious men. Let me smile and be brave. But at this time, Han Qingqiu's face was expressionless. She tiptoed and turned into a shadow, landing on the first futon. Xia Feng's eyes flickered with infatuation as he gazed at the young lady who was quietly sitting cross-legged in the air with divine light surging around her. Then he looked at Wang Tianduo and said, "Senior brother Wang, do what you can." "You." Wang Tianduo clenched his fists but did not dare to say anything. He turned his head and looked elsewhere. Buzz. Seeing this, Xia Feng's smile widened. In a flash, he went to the second futon. However, just as he was about to step into the light of the path, he saw a figure slowly walking toward him from the void. At first, he was 50 kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Xia Feng. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes, but when he saw the person's appearance clearly, all the hair on his body stood on end. Damn! He's here! He's here! Ling Xiao. You also want to snatch this praying mat? Ling Xiao's smile was gentle, without the slightest trace of arrogance. Even so, Xia Feng still felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shook his head. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. I'm a reasonable person. The good fortune of the mystic realm belongs to the strong. If you want to fight for it, I can give you a chance. Young master, you must be joking. How am I qualified to compete with you? Xia Feng swallowed his saliva and obediently stepped aside. Seeing this scene, the Western border prodigies, who were originally furious, instantly had a mocking and smug look on their faces. Among them, Wang Tianduo was the happiest. This is retribution. I told you to act tough. Now you're not going to act tough anymore, right? But just as Xia Feng was about to go to the third praying mat, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile again. Wait a minute. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly walked out of the void in front of him. Ning, and Han Zhan looked at him in confusion. However, when they sensed the terrifying Tao intent contained in the golden, heavenly book, their faces were instantly filled with shock. The remaining person had a divine glow covering his face, and there seemed to be Taoist rhymes circulating around him. It was Ling Xiao's pure purple Qi Dao body. This item can be used to deduce the Tao laws. Feel it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged on the spot, while Han Zhan, Ning, and the pure Tao body took the 3rd, 4th, and 5th praying mats. Gulp. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not look at them. It was as if everything he did was a matter of course, a matter of course. You, Xia Feng cursed. In the end, he reluctantly sat down on the 6th futon. Of course, with Ling Xiao's strength, even if he took all 10 praying mats, the Western border geniuses would not dare to fart. But the opportunity should be shared with everyone. Perhaps some of them would comprehend the Tao laws. Then, wouldn't they be able to make up for my Tao of destruction? Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was a mighty spiritual might. Countless spiritual treasures soared into the sky and destroyed the void. The originally calm heaven and earth were suddenly filled with turbulent waves. It was obvious that for the remaining 4 seats, the Western border geniuses did not give in and were completely immersed in killing each other. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already closed his eyes. Feeling the Tao intent circulating around him, he was somewhat surprised. A supreme great immortal artifact, formed by the deity Rhymes after it was destroyed, could contain such terrifying Tao energy. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of this immortal artifact was. Of course, whether it was the soul-sucking ghost pearl or the immemorial demonic blade, their grades were probably higher than immortal artifacts. It was just that with Ling Xiao's current strength, he had yet to unleash their true power. Golden light sprinkled down, and Tao intent surged, gradually wrapping around everyone on the futons. From afar, there seemed to be 10 suns shining in the sky at the same time, intimidating the heavens. As for the Western border geniuses who did not occupy the futons, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they sat on the ground and calmly comprehended the afterglow between heaven and earth. The world fell into silence. One could hear a pin drop. Outside of Ling Xiao, the 9 Tao laws appeared alternately, outlining the divine fire, the giant wood, and the silver thunder river. The melodious Tao sound echoed for thousands of miles. Colorful clouds hung in the sky. However, under the heavenly book's divine light, everyone seemed to have turned a deaf ear to it. Their 6 senses were blocked, and they fell into a strange state. Beside Ling Xiao, Han Qingqiu's body was also surrounded by flames and lightning. Even Xia Feng's body was surrounded by a layer of pure gold that pierced through the clouds. Originally, Ling Xiao had 9 Tao laws. Only the Tao law of water and the Tao law of divine would had not been perfected. Therefore, on this day, Ling Xiao focused all his attention on the 2 Tao laws. Above the void, golden light shone brightly. Around the purple qi stainless Tao body, immortal light also began to transform into clouds. The dazzling, spiritual light gradually bloomed. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of excitement suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he could feel that there was a primitive divine power gradually evolving around his Tao body. The sun rose and fell, and the crescent moon was born. There were forests covering the wilderness, and rivers spanned across heaven and earth. It was as if an era had been reborn, and the ancient times had been reborn. There was an indescribable mystery, and it was full of vitality. The Chaos Tao Law. Very suddenly, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He'd never imagined that, by a coincidence of fortune, this Tao body of his would actually be the first to comprehend Tao insight and develop the first Tao law of his body. The Chaos Tao Law was the most powerful Tao law among the 3,000 Tao laws. Legend had it that when this Tao was mastered, one could form an ocean with 1 eye and a mountain with 1 finger. Since ancient times, anyone who had comprehended this Tao had stood proudly at the top of the world and formed their own universe. Very suddenly, a beautiful figure in green appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. That celestial face was filled with death intent, and a bright smile was like a stubbornness that was deeply engraved in his heart. Nian Qinyan, do you still remember me? Chapter 551. The purple qi pure Tao body devoured the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and absorbed the chaotic purple qi to cultivate. As such, one would naturally have a deeper understanding of the chaotic power that gave birth to the Tao runes. Therefore, the Tao body comprehending the chaotic Tao law was unexpected but reasonable. However, just as Ling Xiao was pondering to himself, the golden light on the heavenly book suddenly intensified. Then an unimaginable power quietly rippled out. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he actually felt that the spiritual energy in his body was uncontrollably converging towards the heavenly book. This devouring was slight, and if Ling Xiao had not woken up early, he would not have noticed it at all. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This immortal world was overflowing with demonic intent, and there was no spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it would be impossible to maintain the seal of this world. Since ancient times, less than 1 in 10 of the geniuses who entered the immortal world had been able to walk out alive. Even the disciples of the immortal palace were mostly buried here. No wonder. Ling Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a smile, and he already had a guess in his heart. What a big deal! What a sinister method! Shattering the immortal artifact and turning it into an array formation. Using a heavenly treasure to lure everyone here. Using the Tao law to deduce and relax the guard in one's heart. Then, secretly plundering spiritual energy for one's own use. It was obvious that the true secret of this immortal world had yet to be revealed. In fact, the person who killed Xiong Huan and sealed his corpse might really not be dead. Originally, Ling Xiao had also suspected that the demonic intent in this world was derived from Xiong Huan's corpse. However, now it seemed that with the latter's strength, there was no need for that immortal to go through so much trouble. There must be an even greater creation hidden in this immortal world. Was it the sky demon's true bone? Sure enough, all of these people who stood at the peak were cold-hearted and scheming people. Even with Ling Zhao's temperament, he had never thought that this heavenly book would actually have such a magical use. However, if this world was really suppressing the sky demon's true bone, and the divine master of the sacred sect had other intentions as Ling Xiao guessed, then why didn't he destroy the mystic realm and find the true bone? What kind of secret was hidden within all of this? From the sword demon's memories, Ling Xiao already knew that the divine master's cultivation must have stepped into that realm, and in this world, no one could truly step into the supremacy realm. What was he worried? Or rather, who was he afraid of? Under the cover of layers of fog, what shocking secret plan were the saint and the immortals trying to hide? At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that the world in front of him had become vast and turbulent. Originally, he thought that everything would be clear once he destroyed the saint sect and killed the divine master. But now, it seemed that the divine master of the sacred sect was just an insignificant chess piece in this world. In the eyes of some supreme experts, the venerable realm experts who were regarded as gods were merely ants that could be casually crushed to death. In ancient times, the immortals went on a crusade. The 4 ancient gods led the immortal world to kill the sky demon and rebuild the 6 paths of reincarnation. But even now, Ling Xiao still didn't know who the 4 ancient gods were. He was the sky demon, but he wasn't the sky demon. The starting point of this path seemed to be high, but it was also pitifully small. It depended on how he walked. The path in front of him turned out to be very, very long. Phew! Ling Xiao exhaled softly and temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. No matter how big the game was and who was the real game, what Ling Xiao needed to do now was to strengthen himself and work hard to become stronger so that he could rebuild the heavenly demon, true might. Then, when he stepped into the 9 heavens Xian domain, the truth would inevitably emerge. Before that, it was useless to think too much. If that's the case, Xiaofeng, I'll give you another opportunity. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. He waved his hand and took Ning, Hanzhan, and the stainless Tao body into his domain. He clenched his fist, and a pitch-black demonic saber instantly appeared. Then, Ling Xiao looked up at the Dharma decree and slashed with his saber. Since it was set up by a predecessor, the person behind the array must be very eager to replenish his spirit qi. Whether he wanted to suppress demons or use it for cultivation, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let him succeed. The unparalleled saber intent turned into a furious azure dragon. It tore the void and fell toward the Dharma decree. At this time, the people of Shijiang still didn't notice the changes in their bodies. They all closed their eyes and carefully sensed the evolution of the Tao intent, until a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth and the void instantly darkened. Endless demonic chants resounded in the sky. thousands of golden lights were extinguished by the saber. Only then did bewilderment appear on everyone's faces. Then, the heavenly book suddenly shattered and golden light fell like rain. However, at this time there was no trace of a mortal spirit, Tao intent in the vast divine light. Instead, it exuded an extremely fierce aura. It was like a rain of arrows that fell on the world. Boom! The heavenly might overlapped and the firmament shattered. A remnant immortal artifact naturally couldn't block the heavenly might. Countless cracks appeared on the wordless heavenly book. The spirit chi, along with the demonic intent, swept across the sky and smashed toward all the prodigies on the mountain. "Be careful!" Ling Xiao shouted angrily. In a flash, he appeared in front of Han Qingqiu and pulled her into his arms. At the same time, lightning surged around Ling Xiao's body. It vaguely turned into a lightning shadow that covered him and Han Qingqiu. However, other than Ling Xiao, most of the Shijiang prodigies were still in a state of confusion, especially Xia Feng. The excitement on his face instantly froze. The gung metal Dao law had finally reached the phenomenal level. "I'm already invincible in this place." However, before the smile on his face disappeared, it completely froze. At this time, he could feel an extremely surging spirit chi. It was like a river flowing in reverse. The Milky Way hung upside down and fell from the sky. The Tao sound resounded, and the tribulation clouds rose. Heaven and earth instantly turned upside down. The indelible array pattern finally revealed the firmament when the heavenly book shattered. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the complex and mysterious array pattern. A sinister look flashed across his eyes. As expected, the heavenly book was just a cover. In other words, it was a shell that covered the array. The person who left the heavenly book behind didn't want to help the Shijiang prodigies to comprehend the Tao. Instead, he wanted to use the array to devour their spirit chi. Golden light poured down like a sea. The Shijiang prodigies, who were originally confused, had a look of extreme fear on their faces. The remnant immortal artifact was also an item that transcended the setting of this world. How could a group of divine generals resist it? In an instant, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The few people in the air bore the brunt of the attack. How could this be? Xia Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was unwilling to accept this result. He immediately circulated all the spirit chi in his body and used the gung metal Dao law to shatter the divine ocean. The remaining 3 Shijiang prodigies were instantly enveloped by the golden light and turned into nothingness. Only Wang Tianduo, who was sitting on the futon, suddenly had a look of fear in his eyes. He desperately rushed to Xia Feng's side, hoping to escape this calamity. "Junior brother Feng, save me." However, at this time, Xia Feng was already somewhat powerless. Moreover, he didn't have much of a good impression of Wang Tianduo. He directly kicked the figure that was rushing toward him. You. Wang Tianduo snorted and looked resentful. In an instant, he was shot into nothingness by the golden light stream. "Be careful." Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's eyes became even more sinister. He made a seal with one hand, which turned into a lightning shadow that covered the sky and fell toward the golden rain. "It's Lord Ling Xiao. Young master saved us." Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations from the mountain. Hope finally appeared in the eyes of the people who were originally filled with despair. Chapter 552. Boom! The thunder palm fell, covering hundreds of miles of forest. However, the immortal artifact's remnant aura was boundless. How could it be destroyed by a single palm? Countless Taoist inscriptions collapsed, transforming into mountains and rivers that tilted along with the golden light torrent. At this moment, everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain crashing down on top of their heads. All living things were no different from ants under such divine power. In the end, the golden light collided with the ancient mountain, instantly flattening the 100 jang tall mountain into a flat land. At this moment, Only the dozen people under Ling Zhao's thunder palm managed to escape with their lives. However, the remaining 100 people were turned into ashes by the golden light and the collapse of the mountain. As for the dozen or so people who survived, besides rejoicing, there was also a strong sense of gratitude on their faces. If Lord Ling Xiao had not helped them, they would have been crushed like the rest of the people. Young master, righteous. What does it have to do with them if others die? Anyway, I'm alive. The dead would not complain about anything, but the living would be deeply grateful. Ling Xiao stood in the void, looking indifferent. He did not do it out of kindness. He did it on purpose. Xiaofeng, don't you hate me? I'll make you hate me even more. Only hatred can motivate people. In the immortals' world, everyone looked up in shock and fear. They looked at the smoke and dust wave that looked like a huge demonic mushroom in the depths of the immortals' world. Among them, a graceful figure in red narrowed her eyes and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, on a dark and gloomy ancient mountain in the deepest part of the immortals' world, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Finally, it's here? How could this be? Xiaofeng stood proudly in the void, looking dazed. The golden light around him did not dissipate. But this should not be. How could this heavenly book collapse for no reason? Moreover, the remnant demonic will in the air was him. Xiaofeng, it's you again. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the dazed young man. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Xiaofeng. Hearing that, the remaining western border heavenly talents narrowed their eyes. Everyone was familiar with this name. After all, Lord Ling Xiao had exposed this devil on the first day he arrived at Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Later on, he joined forces with the great demon and sneaked into the Cold Moon Mountain with the intention of harming Lord Ling Xiao. It could be said that he had completely solidified his name as a demon. But how could this be? Why would he appear in the immortals? Wait, the devil intent in the air and the gunmetal Dao law on the young man's body. Damn! No wonder this guy dared to kill Daki's crown prince. So it was him. True demon Xiaofeng. It matched, all of them matched. This guy even dared to kill Lord Ling Xiao. So why would he be afraid of a mere crown prince of Daki? Moreover, apart from Xiaofeng, no one else in the entire western border had comprehended the gunmetal Dao law. So that was the case. Who would have thought that this demon would be so vicious and merciless as to personally destroy the heavenly book of creation that belonged to everyone? Xiaofeng, you deserve to die. Immediately, a heaven's favorite from the west shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with hatred. Just now, they had comprehended something in the heavenly book. However, Xiaofeng had inexplicably destroyed it. How could they not be furious? Some of them even had spiritual light flickering around them. If not for their fear of this demon's means, they would have already attacked and killed him for the world. Xiaofeng stood in the air and looked at Han Qingqiu, who was in Ling Zhao's arms. For a moment, he wondered if Han Qingqiu had betrayed him. However, when he saw the calm look on the young girl's face, he hesitated. If Han Qingqiu wanted to betray him and kill him, she wouldn't have waited until now. The entrance of the immortals, the peak of Mount Han. As long as Han Qingqiu revealed his identity, Xiaofeng would definitely die. However, apart from her, no one else knew about his identity. Could it be that Han Qingqiu wanted to use this to gain Ling Zhao's trust and then kill him when he was unprepared? Or was it because Ling Xiao saw through his gunmetal Dao law when he achieved greater mastery? He was confused. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Just as Xiaofeng was pondering, spiritual light suddenly shone around Ling Zhao's body. A lightning sun that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly rose into the air and covered the entire sky. Under the lightning sun, the young man's white robes fluttered like an immortal. There was a faint coldness on his handsome face. He was like a banished immortal, majestic and ancient. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This time, Xia Feng didn't try to defend himself. No matter how Ling Xiao found out about his identity, he had achieved greater mastery of the Tao law and might be able to fight him. My life is in my own hands. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. With that thought in mind, the gung metal Tao law in Xia Feng's hand emitted a mysterious light and turned into a Tao sword that was hundreds of meters tall. Xia Feng! However, just as Ling Xiao was about to strike out with his palm to suppress the gung metal Taoist sword, a shout suddenly sounded from the distant void. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and turned to look at the figure that was tearing through the air. The person was dressed in red and had a white veil over her face. She looked extremely familiar. Moreover, most importantly, her aura was not suppressed by the immortal world. She was still at the level of a god emperor. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's outstretched hand stopped abruptly. Was that Yu Xiao? But what was up with her cultivation base? Could it be that she knew some secrets about the immortal world? Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to provoke Xia Feng and ask him to continue exploring the immortal world to find opportunities for him. However, with Yu Xiao's appearance, he suddenly changed his mind. Xia Feng only had 500 points of providence left. He only needed to squeeze a little and he would be able to snatch all of it. The gung metal Tao law would definitely taste good. As for the reincarnation model, memories were the most valuable asset. As for the opportunities in the immortal world, Senior Yu Xiao must have a better understanding of them. Otherwise, how could she have avoided the seal of this world and come here with her God Emperor cultivation base? Haha, my fate is in my hands and not in the hands of the heavens? That's right, your fate is in my hands and not in the hands of the heavens. You are, Master? The ferocious look on Xia Feng's face also froze. He turned his head and stared blankly at the pair of bright starry eyes that were looking at him. There was a complicated feeling of disappointment in his heart. At this moment, how could he not feel that Yu Zhao's cultivation base was not suppressed? If she attacked him, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Should I call you Feng Yi or Xia Feng? Master, I don't have a disciple as capable as you. Yu Xiao reached out and removed the white veil over her face, revealing her fair and charming face. At this moment, there was disappointment and pain in her eyes. However, there was even more extreme indifference and coldness. Master, listen to me. I'm not the true demon. He is. Xia Feng shouted angrily and pointed at Ling Xiao. However, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. As long as he could expose this demon's true identity in front of his master today, in the hands of a 6th grade God Emperor, what use would it be no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve? Ling Xiao, I should thank you for exposing my identity so coincidentally. Chapter 553. Nonsense. How can Lord Ling Xiao be a demon? How dare you quibble when you're about to die? Xia Feng, you really won't shed a tear until you're in the coffin. Yu Xiao said hatefully with a complicated look in her eyes. To be honest, she had given her true feelings to Xia Feng, especially the latter's talent. She vaguely saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. She didn't know the truth when her senior sister died, but she felt that her senior sister might have expected it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her the immortal token that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Moreover, her senior sister had told her that there were 2 things in the cold moon fairyland that must not fall into the hands of anyone. One was the pill, and the other was the bone. The pill was a sacred item that could break through the shackles. The bone was a demon that could destroy heaven and earth. The duty of the palace masters of the cold moon fairyland was to perfect the pill and suppress the bone. The cold moon fairyland was now under the control of the holy sect. Ren Yueying was sent by the holy sect to take over the cold moon fairyland. Therefore, Yu Xiao guessed that her senior sister's death was definitely related to the holy sect. The holy sect coveted the Tao immortal divine pill. Originally, the world didn't know about this secret. However, Not long after her senior sister died, the secret of the Cold Moon Fairyland's immortal ascension was spread out. Ren Yueying seemed to be forced to open this secret realm to the western border. However, Yu Xiao knew that this might be the Holy Sect's conspiracy. They wanted to borrow the help of the world to bring the pill and bone out of this place. Yu Xiao couldn't understand why the Holy Sect, the leader of the Xingzhou's righteous path, would spend so much effort to design all this. However, she had to take revenge. She wanted to regain control of the Cold Moon Fairyland and find out the real reason for her senior sister's death. In the past 100 years, Yu Xiao had been cultivating and working hard to improve her cultivation. However, her talent was limited. 6th stage Divine Emperor was already the peak. It was no different from a fool's dream to take another step forward. Therefore, she had high hopes for her disciple, Xiaofeng. In fact, she originally planned to give the fortune in the Cold Moon Fairyland to this disciple. Although this way, her plan would have to be delayed for decades or even 100 years. But so what? After all, with her strength, not to mention the Holy Sect, even Ren Yueying would find it difficult to kill her. Otherwise, why would she have to endure? This time, if it weren't for Ling Zhao's sudden appearance, she wouldn't have dared to rashly expose her identity. After all, this disciple of the oracle was too dazzling. She was afraid that the fortune in the immortals would fall into the hands of the saint. As such, her revenge would be hopeless. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the disciple she had painstakingly recruited was actually a devil, and the fact that she had entered the immortal world would definitely be discovered by Ren Yueying. He had staked everything on this one throw. As long as she could find that pill, she might be able to make another breakthrough in her cultivation. Even if he was unable to step out of this world's shackles, at the very least, he would be able to contend against Ren Yueying. As for the rest, he could only make plans. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Xiaofeng, since you're my disciple, I'll send you back to the cycle of reincarnation. Yu Xiao sighed softly as the coldness on her face intensified. Sensing the bone-deep killing intent in her eyes, Xiaofeng's body suddenly trembled, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. Master, it's not like that. I swear on my Tao heart that I am not a devil. Ling Xiao is. Qingqiu, quickly prove my innocence. Tell Master the truth. With Master here, Ling Xiao will not be able to escape this calamity. Xiaofeng turned his head and looked at Han Qingqiu expectantly. At this moment, he still believed in her, although Qingqiu's temperament was very cold. But these days, her view of him had clearly changed. Most importantly, if Han Qingqiu wanted to harm him, he would not have the chance to enter the immortal world. Or rather, he could not figure out Han Qingqiu's motive for doing this. Of course, if you expect a native to understand the concept of plundering fate and treasure-seeking beasts, it would be difficult for them. Moreover, Ling Xiao originally planned to humiliate Xiaofeng and make him hate him to the core. Then, with Han Qingqiu's cooperation, he would let Xiaofeng go again. But Yu Zhao's arrival interrupted Ling Zhao's plan, and also made the latter want to harvest this ripe leek. As for treasure-seeking beasts, of course, he would keep the bigger one. Moreover, Yu Xiao did not have any fate on her. Obviously, she would not be able to cause too much trouble. As for Xiaofeng, after toying with him for so long, he was a little tired of it. Qingqiu, hearing Xiaofeng's words, everyone's eyes gathered on Han Qingqiu. Could it be that this Hanyu fairy and Xiaofeng had some unspeakable secret between them? Even Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the girl beside Ling Xiao. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt a trace of anticipation. If what Xiaofeng said is true, then this disciple of the Divine Messenger is the true demon. Does that mean the Holy Sect and the Divine Messenger are both involved? If that is the case, then Senior Sister's death will be clear. Could it be that I really misunderstood Feng? But what's up with the great demon that appeared on the mountain peak that day? Also, who brought Feng into the immortal world? Suddenly, Yu Xiao was confused. She looked at Han Qingqiu with even more anticipation. Xia Feng, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Han Qingqiu frowned and looked at Xia Feng with cold eyes. At this moment, she was also confused. Why was Yu Zhao's cultivation not affected by the seal? Would her appearance affect the young master's plan? Han Qingqiu's feelings towards Ling Xiao were very complicated. He had forcefully taken over her body and treated her like a servant. But he was the only one who dared to go against the holy sect. If she wanted revenge, he was her only choice. As for the fortune in the immortal world, Han Qingqiu was not interested. Or rather, she did not care. As long as Ling Xiao was strong, it was enough. What? Qingqiu, you don't have to pretend anymore. Ling Xiao is dead. He is the true demon. He is the true demon, right? I am innocent. Did you forget that we said we would kill him together? Now that the opportunity is here, why are you still hesitating? Xia Feng was stunned. He looked at Han Qingqiu with even more eagerness. Originally, he was worried that with his and Han Qingqiu's strength, they could not kill Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that his good master, the second elder of Cold Moon Immortal Palace, Yu Xiao, would appear? Moreover, her cultivation was not affected by the seal at all. If so, wouldn't Ling Xiao be killed with a wave of the hand? Xia Feng, do you think you can escape the name of a demon by dragging me down? I don't know how you entered the immortal world. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You pretended to be a righteous disciple and mixed in with my followers. Just to expose your identity, you framed me? Han Qingqiu frowned and shouted coldly. Instantly, the excitement on Xia Feng's face froze. F***CK? Qingqiu, what time is it now? Why are you still acting? Chapter 554. Beep. The Chosen One's Tao heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Zhao's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Xia Feng. You thought your prediction was flawless. It was just a facade that I made you see after I predicted your prediction. In this game of chess, any one of my chess pieces can instantly consign you to eternal damnation. Xia Feng, are you surprised? Your goddess has long been the one who sleeps beside me. Perhaps you can bring her some good fortune, but I can bring her happiness. No, I can give her everything she wants. Little Leek, you're so stupid that it makes my scalp numb. What? Han Qingqiu, what are you doing? You have concerns, don't you? If you don't, tell me. With master support, he won't dare to do anything to you. Xia Feng was stunned for a long time before he looked at the graceful figure in the air with resentment and roared angrily. He couldn't figure out why Han Qingqiu would betray him. And what do you mean you don't know how I got into the immortals? Didn't you bring me in? Wang Tianduo and the others. Wait, Wang Tianduo. F***CK. If I had known that there would be such a good show, I would have helped him just now. Now, everyone who knew Han Qingqiu brought him into the immortals is dead. Concerns? Lord Ling Xiao is a righteous man. If it wasn't for Master, I'm afraid we would have died under that divine light. Xia Feng, don't pretend to be innocent. Han Qingqiu shook her head. Her face was full of disgust. That's right. Master is righteous and saved our lives. Xia Feng, you dare to frame Master. You really can't change your demonic nature. Kill him. Kill this true demon. The Western Border geniuses heard Han Qingqiu's words. They all looked at Xia Feng with anger and disdain. No, it's not like this. How can this be? It's not like this. Are you lying to me? Are you with Ling Xiao? Xia Feng's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood on the spot and shook his head in confusion. Beep. Child of Destiny's Tao heart has been shattered. Congratulations to host for plundering 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Beep. The child of destiny's fate has been cleared. Kill him now for additional rewards. AI. Beside Xiaofeng, Yu Xiao closed her eyes and sighed softly. In the end, it was still wishful thinking. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Xiaofeng still failed to live up to her expectations. He also missed out on a heaven-shaking stroke of good fortune that could change the trajectory of his destiny. Buzz. A ray of moonlight slowly bloomed in the sky. It was cold, pure white, and carried a hint of holiness. Immediately after, Yu Xiao stepped forward, intending to walk toward Xiaofeng. However, right at that moment, Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of Yu Xiao. Senior, leave it to me. What a joke. You are a god emperor. You can kill Xiaofeng with a wave of your hand, but I've spent so much time and effort for this kill reward. If you kill it, won't all my efforts be in vain? Damn. This, Yu Zhao's pretty face froze. In the end, she just nodded lightly. To be honest, she didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao either. Since they were disciples of the divine envoys, it was destined that they couldn't be allies. However, she had to admit that this young man's temperament and integrity could be called a model of the righteous path. If he wasn't a member of the sacred sect, perhaps he would be a good disciple. What a pity. Xiaofeng, you've framed me time and time again. Now I'll give you a chance. Let's have a fair fight. Ling Zhao's expression was calm. His Taoist rhymes surged, giving off a feeling that he was full of immortal talent. Around his body, divine wood evolved, lightning snaked about, King Yang surged, divine shadows appearing one after another. I framed you? Ling Xiao, you know very well who you are. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes vaguely turned blood red. Oh, who am I? I think everyone knows very well. Let's cut the crap. Let me see how much you've grown in the past 6 months. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. However, Xiaofeng frowned slightly. Half a year? Does this demon mean that he saw me half a year ago? How is that possible? Back then, he had seen Ling Xiao once in the Great Xia. However, it was only once. The two of them didn't interact at all. After that, Ling Xiao disappeared without a trace. However, why does it feel like he's been watching me all this time? Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt a chill in the bottom of his heart. Could it be that everything I've experienced was set up by this young man in front of me? How is that possible? Why would he hide in the dark and target me for no reason? I've been reborn. How would he know? Forget it. It's not important anymore. Right now, what Xiaofeng yearned for the most was a chance to have a fair fight with Ling Xiao. In this way, as long as he killed him, all his schemes would fall apart. Ling Xiao, I admit that your methods are brilliant. Xiaofeng raised his head and looked at Han Qingqiu with a hint of pain in his eyes. However, today, I will use your death to prove my innocence. You are the demon that cannot be tolerated by the world. Buzz. Monstrous metal laws tore through the sky and shattered the entire void in an instant. Boom! Countless waves of spirit chi surged, covering thousands of miles of the forest. Gunmetal Dao Law condense. In the void, 1,000 feet long golden sword instantly took shape. The Dao patterns on it flickered. It was incomparably sharp and exuded an invincible, domineering aura. Even Yu Zhao's eyes flashed with astonishment when she saw the 1,000 feet long Dao sword. It had only been a few days, but Xiaofeng's cultivation had improved again. The aura of a major success, Dao Law. A 23-year-old Dao Law genius was already the top in Xinjiang. However, it seemed that she had underestimated Xiaofeng's talent. Even some god thearchs who had comprehended Dao laws would find it difficult to cultivate them to major success. Suddenly, Yu Xiao looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. She had heard of the combat strength of this disciple of the divine envoy. However, facing a major success Dao sword that was condensed from the gunmetal Dao, Even a divine lord would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao was in danger. Should he step in and block the attack for him? Forget it. Since we are enemies, what does his death have to do with me? As long as he is dead, I will kill Xiaofeng and fulfill this righteous young man's dream. Demon Slayer, young man, you are not bad, but you believe in the wrong sect. Ling Xiao, let's end this. At this moment, Xiaofeng's face was no longer filled with hatred. Instead, it was extremely calm. He took a step forward and leaped into the air, grabbing the golden Dao sword. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he slashed viciously at Ling Xiao's head. Heaven and earth instantly darkened. Only one sword was left in the world. The blue sky seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying power of the sword and shattered like a mirror. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. In front of this sword, everything was like an ant, let alone a divine champion. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. There was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. Chapter 555. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Suddenly, he stretched out 2 fingers and drew a line in the air. Hum! The ear-piercing sound of a sword instantly resounded. However, compared to Xiaofeng's powerful sword, Ling Xiao's sword fingers seemed a little perfunctory. A wisp of sword light was extremely dim against the golden light that filled the sky. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even see the wisp of clear light that was covered by the golden light. Therefore, the grief on many people's faces was probably real. They seemed to have seen a righteous Dao elite about to die under the true demon sword. Lord Ling Xiao. Some people began to cry with tears in their eyes. Why did you have to do this? You didn't have to set an example and kill the demon yourself. However, you still didn't back down and swore to set an example for the Western Border heavenly talents. Your righteous deed will be recorded in history and be respected by all. You will be a role model for the righteous Dao. At this moment, Yu Zhao's expression suddenly froze when she saw the terrifying sword intent in the clear light clearly. At this moment, she vaguely felt that the seemingly small wisp of sword light actually contained a trace of the great Dao. How was this possible? Xiaofeng, who had attained phenomenal mastery of the Dao laws, was already a monstrous talent. However, if... Hiss! Suddenly, Yu Zhao's eyes widened as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. The 2 completely disproportionate attacks finally collided in midair. However, to the crowd's surprise, Xiaofeng's figure suddenly stopped moving. Even the boundless golden radiance seemed to have frozen in midair. He also had an inexplicable look of horror on his face. His mouth was slightly agape as he stared blankly at the figure of the young man standing in the distance with his hands behind his back. How was this possible? Xiaofeng lowered his head and looked at the golden Dao sword in his hand. At this moment, an extremely thin but neat cut ran through the entire sword. In fact, it ran through his body. Impossible! How could I die here? Xiaofeng was at a loss. The memories of his 2 lives came flooding back. Originally, he was just an inconspicuous prince of the great Xia. He had no status and mediocre talent. His father was cowardly and his mother died early. His life would probably be like that of many princes in the western frontier. He would be conferred a title upon reaching adulthood and spend the rest of his life in his fief. However, this trip to the immortal world allowed him to see the true beauty of this world. Han Qingqiu, Xiaofeng's most persistent dream. It was hard for him to forget her. However, just as he was trying his best to prove himself to the world, he was killed by the true devil and lost both his life and dream. After his rebirth, Xiaofeng swore that he would never be careless again. Hence, he laid down shocking methods to snatch the true fate of Great Xia and hid in the palace, advancing step by step. But why was he still defeated? From the day he walked out of the Xia palace, the trajectory of his fate seemed to have been controlled by someone else. Although he was very careful with every step he took, when he thought about it, he felt that he had no choice. How could this be? Xiaofeng lowered his head and looked at the blood that was gradually seeping out of his chest. Grief filled his eyes. At this moment, his heart meridians were completely severed, and there was no way for him to survive. It was to the extent that if he moved even a little, his blood would splatter on the spot, and he would die instantly. I told you to put that Ling gene in your chest. It can save your life at the most critical moment. Why didn't you listen? Ling Shao lifted his feet and walked in front of Xiaofeng. The corner of his lips curled up into a smile. What? You are. At this moment, Xiaofeng's entire body felt cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He suddenly understood why no matter where he went, he could not escape from the eyes of the young man in front of him. It turned out that the entire Great Xia, no, the entire Xizang was deceived by him. Even the saint's messenger might have fallen into his trap. What a terrifying method. This devil has become even more sinister and cunning in this life. To die in your hands, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Xiaofeng suddenly sighed softly. At this point, it was meaningless to be unwilling. If all of this was a game of chess set up by Ling Shao, he would not have lost at all. Because from the beginning to the end, he was not the one playing the game with Ling Shao. He was merely a chess piece that was manipulated by others. But can you? Don't hurt her? Finally, Xiaofeng looked at Han Qingqiu. His eyes were affectionate, persistent, and filled with endless bitterness. He could not figure out why this fairy of the cold palace was still willing to be with Ling Shao when she knew that he was a true devil. But that was not important. As long as she was alive, everything was fine. Why would I hurt Qingqiu? Xiaofeng, put away your hypocrisy. Ling Shao sneered. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a thunder sun appeared out of thin air, covering the entire void in an instant. Beat, you have successfully killed the child of destiny. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the law of gung metal. Great accomplishment. Beat, congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. One chance to perfect the law of Tao. Beat, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2% of the forging of destiny. Beat, congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit nurturing pill, 7th grade. Buzz. The glaring thunder illuminated the sky. Everyone instinctively looked down. But when they looked up again, there was no trace of Xiaofeng in the sky. There was only a proud figure in white standing there with his hands behind his back, like a celestial being. At the same time, memories flashed in Ling Zhao's sea of soul. A look of curiosity gradually appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, Xiaofeng was also killed by him in his previous life. But before he died, he found a cultivation technique in the depths of the immortal world. It was the blood dragon demonic seal. This seal was the method he used to rob Xiachuan of his fortune. But for Ling Shao, this demonic seal had too many restrictions and was not very useful. But Ling Shao turned his head and looked at the indifferent Yu Shao. His master, on the other hand, seemed to have high hopes for Xiaofeng. Clearly, she was hiding a shocking secret in her heart. Elder Yu Shao. Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and landed beside Yu Shao. He had a warm and sincere smile on his face. Thank you, young master. Yu Zhao's expression did not change. She bowed slightly. At the end of the day, whether Xiaofeng was a demon or a demon, she had a master-disciple relationship with him. If she were to take action and kill this demon, although it was to clean up the sect, it would inevitably create flaws in her heart. Now, Ling Shao had slain the demon and followed the heavenly Tao. Wasn't this fulfilling her Tao heart? Elder, why did you enter the immortal world? Ling Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and pretended to be puzzled. But Yu Shao shook her head. There are some things that you don't know. Perhaps it's better if you don't know. Elder, are you worried about my identity? From Xiaofeng's memories, Ling Xiao could tell that Elder Yu Xiao did not have a good impression of the Hanyu Palace Master and the Holy Sect. Thinking about her identity and the nightmare in Han Qingqiu's heart, Ling Xiao quickly guessed the whole story. This junior sister of the previous palace master probably had the same goal as Han Qingqiu and vowed to be enemies with the Holy Sect. But in essence, she was still an elder of the Hanyu Palace and a member of the righteous Tao. So, she probably hated the Holy Sect and all demons.